The Sabres fall to the Flames 7-4, and now have dropped the first 2 games of their road trip.
But they've turned the puck over, and Backlund's got an empty net. He is not going to miss.
They're now 2-9-2 on the road this season. It's a quick turnaround as they are back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock and all of the game action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott gave an injury update yesterday. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow afternoon as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday in Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night 22-19. Jalen Hurts completed 21 of 40 pass attempts and threw 4 interceptions. In other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports Colts will bring in quarterback Phillip Rivers for a workout today. The NFL flexed Patriots' Week 16 game against the Ravens to Sunday Night Football. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Trey Hendrickson with a hip injury is set to undergo core muscle surgery. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase.
I've got maybe a record where when they call the game a must-win, they don't win.
Like every time.
They lose my must-wins. So obviously I should not call this a must-win.
Yeah, this all seems logical.
That makes sense. However...
No. Wait.
Mute his mic. Quick.
However, they're hearing, hey, people say you can't win the must-win. Must win.
Then
Must
why?
win.
Then why?
Must win. It's got to go. Must win.
Right now it's the Flyers working in the Buffalo zone. Sabres get possession, turn it over at the line. Couturier behind the net. Pinned there by Timmins. You know, it's out front for Tippett with a shot. Rebound scores. First save was made, then Tippett was just standing there, and he had another crack at it. And it's exactly what you said would be the worst thing to happen. It's 5-2 Flyers.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, that one's not on me. I didn't say a word about this game being a must-win. Turns out that
I think he's
a hockey team that has lost.
Telling the truth.
Let me check here. A hockey team that has lost.
Well, it's 3 in a row.
Yes, but 18 out of 29 games. Turns out they lose when people don't call it a must-win.
They do also do that. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. It is December 9th. And we'll talk with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff at 9 o'clock today. We'll talk with Paul Hamilton. Howard will pick the Bills. Talk a little bit about the game last night. I don't know how many of you stayed up and watched the Chargers and the Eagles, but it was, as many Eagles games are described, it was a rock fight. This game was nasty, and points were hard to come by as the Chargers end up winning in overtime. And, man, like Jalen Hurts looked rough. The Chargers' defense looks really good. The Chargers' offensive line looks really bad. So there's a lot going on in that game last night. But the Chargers get the win. They are 9-4. And I'd said going into the game, you know, like for the Bills, what does this mean? You know, who to root for, blah, blah, blah. And somebody wrote to me, shouldn't we be mad about that last night? Because the Chargers will actually finish ahead of the Bills, and then they'll go to Pittsburgh, and the Bills will go to either Jacksonville or Houston, which I have not written back yet, but I might write back soon saying, listen, with a month out, if you want to try and root for things to get the 5 or the 6, have at it. I'm just looking at who makes it and who doesn't. So anyway.
Jalen Hurts, if you were wondering how bad he was last night, by the way, he became the first player in NFL history to have 2 turnovers on one play.
Can we all be honest that it's a shame that Josh didn't get that?
2 turnovers on one play?
You know, like Josh Allen does everything extra. He even got 2 turnovers on one play.
Right.
Because Hurts threw a pick and then recovered the fumble and then
fumbled it. So really it was a 3-turnover play. 2 of them were Hurts.
Yes.
He throws a pick. The guy who picked it fumbles. Hurts picks it up, starts running, fumble. He was bad.
If you lost a fantasy matchup because of 1 point from Hurts where he turned it over twice on the same play, that's somewhere in America, someone missed the playoffs because they lost 1 point on a fumble on the same play that he threw an interception where they lost a point. Someone in America is waking up to that realization.
I mean, maybe there's someone in America. I did not have this happen because my game did not go this way, but in my format, he was in the negative in points.
Yeah.
So if you were up by 1 and I'll just leave him in my lineup, throw some points for on the board, negative 1.6. Uh-oh. Maybe someone got eliminated last night because Jalen Hurts was in the negative in fantasy.
Yeah.
4 interceptions and a fumble loss. He was bad last night.
He was bad.
It's amazing they got to overtime. They have a lot of games like that this year, don't they? Where he looks like the worst quarterback in the league, and they're down 6. And then they eventually come back and win it or tie it. And they almost did. I thought they were going to win. I wonder what their win probability was when he threw that final pick in overtime.
They're like 2 yards away from ultimately winning the game.
Right. And they're in field goal range to at least
extend.
I thought maybe we'd get to a tie if the Eagles were going to get to a decision on a 4th down with a minute 30 left. Did it kick to go for the tie or did they go for the win? They didn't get there.
That's on the top 10 games that deserved a tie that I've ever seen. Yeah. That game was supposed to end in a tie.
That game also deserved flicking over to the Monsters Inc. broadcast, which I will say I did do.
All right,
for a little bit yesterday.
This
game is so bad. You know what? Monsters Inc. This game deserves it. I'm going to watch Mike and Sully play this football game.
Hand up question. Who thought to do a Monsters Inc. cast on a Monday night primetime? Is that not weird?
What do you want it for? You want it for
afternoon when kids are awake?
All right.
Why is Sully scoring touchdowns at 11:30 at night?
Right, I flipped over 10.
I get it. Monsters at night for Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
What kids are awake watching the Monsters Inc. broadcast?
Maybe kids on the West Coast. Maybe.
Fair. You know what? It was a Charger game. So all right,
it was a Charger game.
Fine.
That actually, you know what? That probably is the reason. They probably targeted a game where the home team was on the West Coast.
Okay.
I would imagine.
Fair.
But those Eagles...
I remove my complaint.
But those Philly kids, they weren't staying up for it.
No, that's right.
They weren't allowed to.
They probably didn't want to.
Or maybe they're thinking, this is how we get the kid. They're going to convince their parents, you got to let me stay up for this game. It's the only Monsters, Inc. broadcast of the year.
Right. The Eagles have lost 3 in a row. The Bills will see them in Week 17. And
that game's going to be ugly.
Right. I think it is going to be ugly.
They drag every team into these stupid, ugly football games.
It's yes.
Everybody. Have they played somebody this year that's been able to get them out of that? It's because their defense is too good, and their offense is so just... What is the word for their offense?
Run by a bad quarterback. He's not good.
Probably a bad offensive coach, too.
Okay, maybe
both.
The quarterback's just not that good. We've kind of known it. He's caught lightning in a bottle a couple times. He's made 2 Super Bowls. He has a win. He's played great in those Super Bowls. He's played great in the big stages like national championships, right? We've seen him or college. We've seen him do very, very good things in the biggest spots.
He did get benched in that national championship.
True. But he's just not that good.
Yeah.
You know? Whenever you see Jalen Hurts ranked so-and-so has him as the 13th quarterback, and you'll see Eagles fans, a few of them get upset. I feel like half of them now are like, oh, yeah, that's definitely
I
right.
think the guy that, my brother covering the team, I know this is the one that he's always engaging in. The guy that Eagles fans lose their mind the most at when all those rankings come up is when he's...
Danny Kelly?
Just a specific guy that he's ranked below, and it's always the guy he played yesterday, Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's definitely not as good as Herbert.
And I don't know how you can watch that game yesterday. Not that Herbert was amazing, but it's so clear which quarterback of those two is a better quarterback.
Right.
It's Justin Herbert.
Herbert yesterday, it's funny. Do you know, since he came in the league, he has the second most fourth quarter and overtime comeback wins?
Really?
Yes.
That is stunning.
Number 1 is Mahomes. Number 2 is Herbert. He is the second best guy at winning late. And he did that again yesterday. His defense got the stop. That's a part of this, right? You got to make sure your defense gets your stops.
Yeah.
But he was running for his life with a broken left hand.
Yeah.
And
again, he wasn't great passing. I mean, he 46% completion and 139 yards.
Not great.
He didn't really do anything running, but yeah, like you said, his line is battered. They're down 2 tackles, and they lost another one. They lost another one yesterday, and he's running for his life on every play because that Eagles pass rush is scary. So that won't look like that every game for them. It hasn't looked like that every game for them.
I think I saw the pressure rate for this game between the Eagles and the Chargers was 68%. He was pressured on 68% of his dropbacks.
Yeah.
Whoa. That is the 6th highest game in the last 10 years. He scrambled on 20% of his dropbacks. He took a sack on 17%. Only 64% of his pass attempts. Only 64% pass attempts on dropbacks is the lowest of his career. So he dropped back. When he dropped back, a 1 in 3 chance he was not going to be able to throw the ball because he had to run away. It's just nuts. He was a hero, I guess. Jim Harbaugh, after the game, referred to him as a superhero. Harbaugh's goofy with Justin Herbert. Like, he pays him a lot of compliments, as he should. He's a good quarterback. This might be his year to do something. Like, hey, let's see Justin Herbert prove it and make a Super Bowl or make the AFC Championship game. But he is up against it with no offensive line help. It is hard to watch. The 2 tackles that they've lost have been major losses for them. And again, they lost another guy yesterday. So, I mean, it's just, for the Chargers, it is tough. They do run the ball well when they're healthy, but they're never healthy. So maybe this year's Chargering is they're 9-4, and they have a good team, and they kind of have this poison pill built in. Like, oh, you're a good team, but you can't win with those tackles. You can't win with that offensive line. And it's not like you didn't employ good ones.
Yeah.
You lost both of your good ones to injuries for the year. So, sorry. Go out there and win because your coach is good, your quarterback is good, but you're going to have an expiration date, likely, because those tackles are not going to hold up.
All right. They do still have a look at their division, though.
Yes, they do.
They're 2 games back, and they still get to play Denver, and they already beat Denver, so they have the tiebreaker at the moment. They got to make up 1 game. If they make up 1 game in the next 3 weeks, Chargers-Broncos will be the Sunday night game in Week 18. Because that game would be for the division.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but the Chargers have to make up 1 game in the next 3.
And
Denver goes Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City.
Okay.
Which is tough.
The Chargers go Chiefs, Texans, Broncos.
Chiefs, Cowboys, Texans before they get to the
Chiefs,
Broncos.
Cowboys, Texans, yeah.
So they got to make up 1 in those 3 games,
Good
and
luck.
then that will be the Sunday night game.
Good luck. Listen.
I think your more likelihood is Denver could just lose 3 games in a row.
For the first time in NFL history, a team should actively sit its starting quarterback in a playoff race to protect him. They cannot play Houston with Justin Herbert on the field. They cannot put him out there. Yeah. It is not right. It is not okay. That offensive line that doesn't have tackles against the Texans, you can't do it.
Yeah.
He's got a leg injury. He's week to week. Get him out. Can't do it.
The good news is that's in 3 weeks, so they'll have a better idea of what they're looking like. If Denver's lost 2 in a row,
right,
they're going to want to play them. If you're dead by then. Maybe you're saying that might be for the best. If they're dead for the division by the time they play the Texans,
that might be.
So they don't have to go all out.
Might be. Kind of like the silver lining I'm going to put on this Bills-Patriots game. If they lose it, the good news is you can work yourself probably to a bye in Week 18. So that's the silver lining we're going to kind of put over on the side when these 2 teams play on Sunday. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Last night on the broadcast, they showed the NFC standings, and I was looking at the AFC standings and the NFC standings, and, the NFC, Troy Aikman said last night, I think the balance of power has shifted to the NFC. Last couple of years, it's been the AFC is much better, and the balance of power has shifted, and I think the NFC is better this year, which I think most would agree with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I don't know. I don't think it's some blowout, but sure, I think that most might agree.
I think it might be a blowout. Well, the AFC, I looked at the same thing, maybe that same graphic. The list of teams in the AFC, like I know some of these teams are better than they were at the beginning of the year, but it's just the list of them is like it just looks like a joke. The Steelers, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Chargers are the top 5.
Right.
Like all of those teams get mocked in recent years. New England's not doing it because they've won 1 million games this year. And, that's a quarterback that's done that. But no one thinks Pittsburgh is good. I don't think a lot of people actually think Jacksonville is that good. Maybe we have to start adjusting. I mean, you just made a good case for why the Chargers aren't probably going to do anything severely in the playoffs.
I think they're good, but they might have a fatal flaw. Their defense is very good.
Whereas, I look at the NFC, and I think almost any one of those teams could win the Super Bowl. Or really, actually, let's go that far. I think any of those 7 teams could win the Super Bowl, and I wouldn't be floored.
Well, I was
AFC?
say, that's the exercise I wanted to get to. Let's pick who you could pick out of the AFC, who you could picture winning the whole thing out of the AFC, and who you could picture winning the whole thing out of the NFC.
Yeah.
AFC first. Bills. Could you picture the Bills?
I could picture the Bills.
Same. Who after the Bills? Could you picture Houston winning it?
Even them, like, I have a tough time. That quarterback is so bad.
He's not great, that's for sure. But if his road is not playing a bunch of tough defenses, like you pointed out, for the Bills, how many tough defenses will they actually have to play? There's a couple in there.
It's starting to morph a little bit more towards they will probably have to see a tough defense.
Yes, and Jacksonville the last month has been a very good defense. All right, you don't want to say Houston? You can't picture them winning it?
I guess I can.
Okay.
But it's in part because of the conference, and this could be a year where they could win by they could win the Super Bowl by never scoring 24 points in a playoff game.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, I'll say Houston.
Have they scored 24 points this year anyway? I mean, they don't have too many high-scoring games. I'm sure they do. They scored 44 against the Ravens. All right, Houston, you're in. Denver.
No.
Okay.
No, I can't.
Can't picture it.
I can't.
New England.
Yes.
All right, Patriots you can just because the quarterback is great. Jacksonville.
I can't picture it.
All right, fair. And are we done?
Pittsburgh.
No
chance.
way.
No way in no chance
do I
in a million years.
Do I have to say Kansas City?
I think Kansas City is above the Steelers.
I would definitely agree with that. Is more likely to win the Super Bowl? Yes, the Chiefs are more likely to win the Super Bowl than the Steelers.
But I can't see the Chiefs doing it.
Okay.
They took another hit last night, playoff odds-wise.
I know.
Yeah, I can't see the Chiefs.
All right, so are we stopping at those three?
Baltimore?
No way. Nope.
The only case would be some magical pixie dust gets sprinkled over Lamar Jackson, and he's completely all right by the time they get to the playoffs. Because if you told me that, then okay, yes. But I haven't seen him look healthy since they played Kansas City in Arrowhead, and that was 2 months ago. So until I see that, I think they have to stay in the no column.
So we're going to stay at 3?
Although I do have a bet on the Ravens to win the Super Bowl, but I don't think it's happening. Indy is a no with Phillip Rivers. We're sure?
No.
Savvy veteran quarterback play. Just saying.
I think that's a no.
Coming back to chase that one Lombardi to get to the Hall of Fame.
I'm waiting for Tom Brady to tweet that, oh, yeah, thanks for the call, Indianapolis, but I think I'm happy. He can't wait.
Call.
He can't wait to do it. He can't wait to say he's been asked or joke about it. Like my prediction for the day is that Tom Brady will tweet about being asked about playing for the Colts. And the other thing is, my other prediction is he probably wants to.
He play for the Colts?
Yes. He probably thinks, you know what?
Yeah.
I bet I could get that done. Got some nice receivers in there.
Think he'd come out of the booth now to do it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So is that it? That's the AFC?
We got to 3?
3.5? The fourth
What was the half? Oh, Kansas City?
Yeah. The fourth team
like
is...
three and a third, maybe.
The fourth team is 10% to make the playoffs. All right. Now the NFC.
Rams.
Rams, yes. Packers, yes.
Yes. Eagles.
Although the Packers are so goofy. Eagles, no. No.
They're kind of the Texans, but in a much tougher conference, right?
Yes.
Is that fair to say? They are Houston, but they have a way tougher road.
Yes. Yeah. No for Philadelphia. They might fire an offensive coach today. I'm saying no. In the NFC.
Tampa? They just lost to the Saints.
Right. No.
Seahawks? I could get there.
Because can Sam Darnold actually not turn into a pumpkin?
Yeah, right. That's my biggest fear. But
halfway through their game this week against Atlanta, I saw this is the worst quarterback game I've seen in my life. Then they won 37-9.
Right.
So you want to say Seattle?
I'm willing to say Seattle.
I think if you're going to say Houston, you kind of have to say Seattle. Seattle's defense is almost as good.
But their offense is better.
That's right.
By a lot.
All right, we're going to say Seattle. Fine. The Niners?
Yes.
Always. I'm always going to give the Niners a punching chance.
I can see the Niners.
Their coach is great. Can I throw one up?
Bears?
No.
Lions?
Yes. The Lions are the Chiefs of this pool, which is you're not in the playoffs, you don't look the same, but I just want to...
Are they not, though, a lot more likely to make it than the Chiefs? They're a game back.
That's
the Chiefs
right.
are 3 games back.
That's right.
And what do the Lions play the Bears again? I think the Bears losing might do a lot for them.
The Bears dropped from the 1 seed to the 7 seed this week.
And they play in the final game of the year. So there's a 1-game difference between the two. And who won that game earlier in the year? The Lions did, 52-21.
Right.
So they would have the tiebreaker. So really, actually, I think, does that mean the Lions control their own destiny?
Probably.
If they win out, they catch the Bears.
Okay, good.
All right, so they can make it. And I would put them on that list also. So how many teams we just list? 6?
We're not done. I just want to ask you.
I'm probably done. You want to say 2?
I want to say, do you want to say the Cowboys?
No.
No. I didn't mean either.
Carolina's tied for the division lead.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Is that it?
Carolina above or below the Steelers?
We got to 7 teams, and we added 1 from each conference out of the playoffs, the Chiefs and the Lions.
And the NFC one is way more likely to make it.
Yep.
Like, it's a real 7 for me in the NFC, and it's a little more like a 3 in the AFC. Huge difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
803-0550.
And we didn't put on that list the team that won last year.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us if you'd like to on the playoffs. And
that exercise should make you feel better, I think, as a Bills fan, by the way.
About making it?
Because of the conference.
Yeah.
If the Bills were in the NFC right now, I think it would feel like a daunting task.
Right. I think I said this maybe 2 weeks ago. The Bills have started to look, better and better. I think they can definitely win the AFC. I think it'd be a lot harder to win the NFC. Like, if they had to go on the road to Lambeau, I think it'd be tough.
I don't think they could go through the NFC 3 road games.
No, I don't. In the AFC, if they have to go 3 road games, I think they can. Also, by the way, like, if the Bills are a wild card team, the AFC is so jumbled up, it might not be 3 road games. It might be 1. It might be, well, it has to be at least 1. It might be two road games and then home.
I went through this a little bit yesterday. You're going far to get to this scenario, but just because there's weeks left. But if New England and Houston played, if Houston's like the 7 and they win in the first round, then you have a very good chance of then you're 1 game away from hosting in round 2.
Yeah.
If you believe Houston is that dangerous and they could win as a low seed right that also is if they stay there. They might jump up to 2 or 3, honestly. You could be playing them in round 1.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll get to the Sabres at some point. They are 2 points out of 32nd place in the NHL.
What ended up being 7-4 last night?
Oh, I don't know.
Two empty netters.
2 empty netters, fine.
And so really it was 5-4, and the Sabres had a goal disallowed by a microscopic offside review.
Good thing we did that.
In the middle.
Glad we did that.
Yeah.
They also sent down a promising young player, and the head coach basically said it shouldn't have happened. So there's that. We'll talk to him at 9 o'clock today. I mean, Lindy chooses his words carefully, and he said the only bad thing about Noah Ostlund is that he's going down. He didn't do anything wrong. They're carrying 3 goalies. Why?
I don't know. At this point, I don't know.
No, I don't either. So we'll get to that. We got plans going forward. Maybe a GM gets fired today. This road trip could certainly do it. This road trip could get somebody fired. They are.
They've won 2 home games.
They're 0-3.
Excuse me. They've won 2 road games.
They're 0-3 on the trip with 3 to go, and they'll play Vancouver, who is one of the few teams now below them still. Rich in South Buffalo. Hey, Rich. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, call it Brady fatigue or the Brady curse. I'm not only Sunday, but I'm very worried about New England as we move forward. I mean, Diggs looks like he's going to get his number 1 seed in 1 year, okay? But Vrabel owns McDermott. I mean, remember they beat McDermott during COVID when they didn't practice at all on a Tuesday night? I just think, I don't know. I don't have the computer in front of me. I don't know the lifetime record. But what scares me is how good Burrow looked in terrible conditions against the Bills defense. And Drake May looks like Allen in year 3 or 4 without the Madden glitch growing pains that Allen had. And, I mean, the kid's locked in. I love the way Vrabel coaches. On paper, schedule, does it look like they're that good? But I don't know. In the playoffs, that remains to be seen. But if I totally agree with what you said about who can move forward and who can be dangerous. If there's just a way to stay away from Houston and Kansas City, roll the dice, get the flip card in the play for a home game in the playoffs, and let's work from there. But Sunday could be more emotionally, or for the fan base or for the team, momentum based than actual analytics based. But I'm worried about the Patriots because we can always say, they're not that good at this guy, and they just keep winning. They keep stacking wins, and old Bills fan really worried about that Boston Spectre.
All right, thanks, Rich. I don't think there's much evidence that Vrabel owns McDermott. If you want it,
he's won
a couple games
against McDermott.
I'm back to here's the Bills Titans history, which why not? Like, let's look it up. Last time these two teams played with Bills Titans, the Bills win 41-7. They did lose 34-31 when Josh fell down. You were at that game on the quarterback sneak. They lost 42-16 in the COVID year. They also beat him in 2019 and beat him in 2018.
So it's pretty close to 50-50.
50-50, and Vrabel won that game here. Now, the larger point about if you're worried about New England long term, or like worried about, I think that you might as well get used to it. That is going to be a good team in your division for a long time, because the quarterback is very good, and I think the coach is pretty good too. So, are they going to be as good as the Bills? Are they ever going to win 5 straight divisions? Vrabel had a nice comment this week about whether or not it's a hat and T-shirt game, and he kind of downplayed it and said, no, because that team's won 5 in a row. Like, we're not going to take it lightly. That team's won 5 divisions in a row. Not going to try and get them any sort of bulletin board material. These are not his words. These are mine.
The only place he would own McDermott is he hasn't had Josh Allen in his career, and if they get it this year, it'll be 2 1 seeds for him.
Right. Which
in the AFC
they could get it,
and they could get it.
They could get it.
The thing I'll say
if they beat the Bills, I think they'll get it.
Yeah.
If they beat the Bills, I think they'll get it, because I think they beat Baltimore and the Jets and the Dolphins, and Denver's road is tougher, so they could get the 1 seed.
And the way they scare me this week, and May scares me this week, because I think he has a kryptonite. His kryptonite is you get in his face and you pressure him, and he will take some sacks. He's at 9.5% sack rate this year. You think Allen's taken more sacks than he ever has, which he is? It's more than 2% higher than what Allen's taking.
Yeah.
But the Bills can't get near quarterbacks right now. So the thing that I might be able to do to Drake May to limit him, the Bills seem pretty incapable of doing at the moment.
Well, when we return, I'll give you a stat that's going to make you feel great about this matchup for the Bills and the Patriots. Something that is different from last time. It's coming up. More of your phone calls as well on Bills Patriots, on the AFC. Are we basically at Super Bowl or bust in the AFC with the Bills? What's bust mean? I don't really know, but people say stuff like that. So give us a ring, 803-0550 here on WGR. The Eagles have lost 3 in a row. The Bills will see them in Week 17, and
That game's going to be ugly.
it's
Right.
I think it is going to be ugly.
They drag every team into these stupid, ugly football games.
It's yes.
Everybody. Have they played somebody this year that's been able to get them out of that? It's because their defense is too good, and their offense is so just... What is the word for their offense?
Run by a bad quarterback. He's not good.
Probably a bad offensive coach, too.
Okay, maybe
both.
The quarterback's just not that good. We've kind of known it. He's caught lightning in a bottle a couple times. He's made 2 Super Bowls. He has a win. He's played great in those Super Bowls. He's played great in the big stages like national championships, right? Like we've seen him or college. Like we've seen him do very, very good things in the biggest spots.
He did get benched in that national championship.
True,
yeah.
true. But he's just not that good.
Yeah.
Whenever you see he's ranked, Jalen Hurts ranked like, so-and-so has him as the 13th quarterback, and you'll see Eagles fans, a few of them get upset. I feel like half of them now are like, oh, yeah, that's definitely
I
right.
think the guy that, my brother covering the team, I know this is the one that he's always engaging in. The guy that Eagles fans lose their mind the most at when all those rankings come up is when he's...
Danny Kelly?
No, well, just a specific guy that
okay.
he's ranked below, and it's always the guy he played yesterday, Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's definitely not as good as Herbert.
And I don't know how you can watch that game yesterday. Not that Herbert was amazing, but it's so clear which quarterback of those two is a better quarterback.
Right.
It's Justin Herbert.
Last night on the broadcast, they showed the NFC standings, and I was looking at the AFC standings and the NFC standings, and, the NFC, Troy Aikman said last night, I think the balance of power has shifted to the NFC. Last couple of years, it's been the AFC is much better, and the balance of power has shifted, and I think the NFC is better this year, which I think most would agree with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I don't know. I don't think it's some blowout, but sure, I think that most might agree.
I think it might be a blowout. Well, the AFC, I looked at the same thing, maybe that same graphic. The list of teams in the AFC, like I know some of these teams are better than they were at the beginning of the year, but it's just the list of them is like it just looks like a joke. The Steelers, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Chargers are the top 5.
Right.
Like all of those teams get mocked in recent years. New England's not doing it because they've won 1 million games this year, and that's a quarterback that's done that. But no one thinks Pittsburgh is good. I don't think a lot of people actually think Jacksonville is that good. Maybe we have to start adjusting. I mean, you just made a good case for why the Chargers aren't probably going to do anything severely in the playoffs.
I think they're good, but they might have a fatal flaw. Their defense is very good.
Whereas, like, I look at the NFC and I think like almost any one of those teams could win the Super Bowl.
The Sabres fall to the Flames 7-4. Now have dropped the first two games of their road trip. They're now 2-9-2 on the road this season. It's a quick turnaround as they are back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. All of the game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott gave an injury update yesterday. He said that all these players are improving, and then we'll see how they get through the week. Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. Cole Bishop did leave the game early dealing with cramping. McDermott says he should be okay. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow afternoon as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday in Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night 22-19. Jalen Hurts completed 21 of 40 pass attempts and threw 4 interceptions. In other news, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Colts will bring in quarterback Phillip Rivers for a workout today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
As I put Jalen Hurts under center, I hand the ball off to Mike Wazowski.
Oh, yeah, they fake the tush push. They pitch it to Wazowski. He's gone, leaving Sully in his wake. Mike Wazowski has proven tonight he is something special.
So, Amarian Hampton was Sully, and Saquon was Wazowski.
Yeah, although Mike Wazowski was also at one point a safety.
Oh,
because he had ran in to make a tackle.
The Monsters, Inc. broadcast last night. So I teased something.
I did see it got broken on the Jalen Hurts interception fumble and then another fumble play.
Oh, yeah?
Like the ball got, like everything got frozen. It just could not handle what was happening on the field.
The number of times, I got a stat for you in the Patriots in a minute that I teased. The number of times the ball hit the ground last night, if that was the first football game you ever watched, you'll be sorely disappointed in the next football game you ever watched, because I think there were 10 fumbles in this game. Non-stop ball on the ground between the Chargers and the Eagles last night. All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Here's my stat for you. Take this one to work. Tell everybody you know. Because there was a similar one on the Bengals, and it might have proved true. The Bengals were supposed to be this horrific defense. They turned out to be a horrific defense against the Bills. But had mentioned on pregame that Judah Fort King, formerly of PFF, mentioned the Bengals in the last month, their run defense had gotten a little bit better. It's not as bad as it had been. And how'd it look against the Bills? A little better? Like they didn't really do... They were okay. They didn't get ripped up by James Cook. They just did, like, the job.
They were better than Pittsburgh.
It was actually kind of the same. The Bills only ran it 18 times. He had 4
per attempt?
Yeah. He had 4.4 per carry, and against Pittsburgh it was 4.5. So not great, not terrible. You know, if you give up 4.4 per carry, you're feeling fine. So in the last month, the Bengals' run defense had been better. All right, now flip the script on that. Do you remember the stat on the Patriots' run defense, how they had not surrendered a 55-yard runner for half the season?
Yep.
Weeks 1 through 10, the Patriots' run defense was 4th in EPA per play, 4th in yards per carry against, and they'd given up 79 rushing yards per game. Very good. 8th in success rate, meaning they want to stop you. Their run defense was one of their calling cards. Since the Milton Williams injury, because he played 8 snaps in Week 11. Week 11 to now, the Patriots' run defense. I said it was 4th in EPA per play. Without Milton Williams, it's 23rd. 8th in success rate. Without Milton Williams, 31st. 4th in yards per carry. Without Milton Williams, 27th. And rushing yards per game, they've gone from 79 yards rushing per game in weeks 1 through 10 to 123 rushing yards per game without Milton Williams. They lost a guy, and they have been paying for it. So what could be different about this matchup with the Bills? They might be able to run it this time. They were not able to run it the first time, and this time they might be able to run the ball. So no Milton Williams. He's on IR. Huge. When he got hurt, we knew he would miss this Bills game. We kind of wondered what kind of difference that might make. He was their big prize free agent signing from the Eagles last year, and they miss him in a very big way. They are not stopping the run the same way.
Do you remember what Cook was in that New England game on Sunday night earlier in the season?
I don't.
15 of 49, which was 3.3 yards per carry.
Okay, yeah.
Like, they did nothing.
And after the game, the story on New England was, well, that's a team. If they can stop the run and their corners are good, what are we going to do? So this time around, all right, run it. They are not the same without this guy. The tape the Bills would watch of the first matchup versus the tape they would watch on New England in the last 3-4 weeks, like, different team stopping the run. So that's a dose of good news on this matchup with New England. And there's another game, another team out there that this might be relevant for. I don't know if Milton Williams is going to come back for the final game of the season, but the Dolphins right now are putting on run game clinics.
Yes, they are. And that was even with Achane leaving with an injury yesterday or on Sunday. They said he could return, so he's not like going to miss any more games. But he went out, and I think it was Jalen Wright that went off running the ball after that.
He had 100 yards. Jalen Wright had 100 yards rushing.
Right, and he had done nothing in his career to that point. And Achane's been unbelievable in all these games before. So, all right. That might feel more important to me even than this game, because I think there are ways the Bills can beat New England. The run game will help. But imagining the Jets or the Dolphins doing it, like, I need something to chew on, and that could be one thing. If Miami could just run it all over them, give me a shot.
Maybe
for one of those two teams to beat the Patriots.
Bill in Pendleton is up. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to pick your brains on McDermott, on how actually good he has been over the last 9 years. And in my view, I've seen him over the last. I think the last game solidified him as like one of the top 10 winningest head coaches in his first 9 years. When Josh Allen entered the league, people didn't think much of his accuracy, and he developed it to something great. We've seen players leave this team, go to other teams, not do well, come right back. I feel like we might have more in McDermott and his crew than I think some people are willing to give him credit. I'd just love to hear stat-wise, probably the case for keeping McDermott, even perhaps Bean. I wanted to get your thoughts.
Like, you want us to make the case for keeping them in the jobs?
Yeah, I mean, if there's some stats there, that perhaps we've not looked at close enough. I mean, I think that there are, we needed to give Josh Allen help, didn't want him to run the ball so much. So, we got Cook, and not only did we get Cook, but we got ourselves potentially a generational running back who's on pace to, who has already set some records, is going to set some more potentially for us before the year's up.
All right. I mean, it's impossible to separate the coach from the franchise quarterback. We've seen that all the way up to the level of Bill Belichick looking like a chump once Tom Brady was done. So you cannot. It's funny. Yesterday, Johnny called in, and we chatted about McDermott, and I thought he wasn't giving McDermott enough credit. I saw that clip we posted it on Instagram, whatever. All the comments were like how I'm just defending McDermott to the end. Like, I was just defending the idea that who your players are really matters. McDermott, I think, is a good coach. I think he's a good defensive coach. Roster-wise, I think this roster is lacking in a pretty big way, but Josh Allen covers a lot of those warts. I mean, the idea that they've done enough around Josh, I don't know. I don't know that it's really even a debate. Most think they haven't. Most think that Allen carries them through, which is what a lot of franchise quarterbacks do, right? Like, so I don't need them to fire McDermott or Bean. I think that they both have had some good moments and some rough moments. And the quarterback ends up being the ultimate cheat code that gets them a lot of places and might take them to the Super Bowl. And if they win the Super Bowl, they'll get credit as a Super Bowl winning coach and a Super Bowl winning GM. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think either. Like, put it this way. This is maybe Bill, this is a way we can kind of spin what you asked. Who is better at what they do? Of the two, of Bean and McDermott, who's the better of the two? 32 coaches, 32 GMs. Who's the better one? Like, Bean got Allen, which would put it on the wall.
Right.
After that, he's built a great offensive line. But the note you make, Bill, where guys leave and then come back, I don't know how often that's actually a positive. Guys do come back. And the fact that they go somewhere else and don't do well, I mean, that might speak to McDermott over Bean, how you get a lot of players here.
I think that would be a point in favor of the coach, right?
Yep.
I think McDermott.
Not that we have to put the two of them at odds. I'm just trying to kind of, answer your question.
I think McDermott would be higher in regard for me compared to his peers. Post the Allen pick, really, especially.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing you could give him credit for, too, is, like, because things aren't, roster-wise, are not perfect on this team at all. Like, far, far from it. And one thing that he has managed to do is he has not let happen to the Bills what is currently happening to the Chiefs and what is currently happening to the Ravens. That off year where things aren't really right, and maybe Baltimore it's a little bit more because Lamar's just not healthy, but Allen's played through injury in some of these years and not looked 100%, and they've managed through it. And they haven't had a year like that. They haven't had a year where, okay, there's a one weird year where they didn't make it.
Is that because of McDermott? Is it because of Allen?
But, like, these other teams have Mahomes and Jackson, and they're about to miss.
That's right. So,
the Bengals have missed with Burrow, although that was usually more because of injury. So I want to give McDermott some credit for that. You're just getting consistency. And, like, the argument for keeping him would be how confident are you that you are definitely upgrading from him as a head coach? I think there are opportunities where that could be true, but it's not just fire him and let's hire whoever. So that would be the best argument for keeping him, is the candidate that would be a big enough idea to move on from McDermott and feel like, okay, I'm really getting something here. Like, that doesn't come around every year. Yeah, like, you would need a Matt LaFleur guy getting fired, and that's something I don't think the owner would do, but that's what I would need. I would need a guy like that becoming available to get to, okay, yeah, I should go do that.
Yeah. 803-0550. Someone tuning in after the call, mid-answer, is going to be like, they just won 39-34. These guys are talking about replacing Bean and McDermott. Like, no. The offseason's when those conversations would even really kick up. Who knows how far this team can go? They could go to the Super Bowl. And if they go and they win, great. If they go and they lose, people are going to want McDermott fired and say that's as far as they can get him because that's how it goes. I saw some Chiefs fans are ready to fire Andy Reid.
Right, I saw that too.
Which is, I don't think that's unusual. I don't think that's weird. It's sports fans, I mean,
I would do it for him.
You want the manager that won your Premier League title fired.
Oh, I want him.
See?
Can't believe he is
Nothing
still
wrong with
managing
that.
this team.
Nothing wrong with that. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. CJ Stroud in an Applebee's commercial, huh? All right. I didn't know.
He's not commercial worthy?
I just...
How many quarterbacks are commercial worthy? Dan Campbell's in this commercial, too. Is he worthy? How many quarterbacks are worthy of an Applebee's
I've got
commercial?
Christian McCaffrey in a lot more commercials lately. Who is it? I saw Aiden Hutchinson is in a commercial.
Okay. Would you have felt better if it was Trevor Lawrence in the Applebee's commercial?
No, I don't like Trevor Lawrence. Never have.
All right, Bo Nix. Herbert. Herbert?
Herbert's in some commercials. Herbert's got
Yeah?
SoFi, I think. Herbert's in commercials.
Do we have any Jordan Love commercials? He's got to start getting.
I don't think I've
taste
seen
of
a
that,
Jordan
right?
Love commercial. National commercial campaign rankings.
Baker's been in them his whole career.
Baker used to be the number one. Is Josh number one now? Mahomes.
Josh is in one for like a massage gun. He's in that like sleep whatever commercial.
Chips. He does chips.
He's the chips one.
He does Pepsi.
Pepsi. Yeah.
I think Josh might have the
No. Well, Josh might be number 2. Number 1 will always be whoever the Cowboys quarterback is.
Dak. He's got more.
Campbell's soup and Dak's in a lot.
Yeah, you might be right.
When you're Dallas's quarterback, I think you get the most.
803-0550, our phone number. Thanks for the phone call. Super Bowl or bust here. Find a way. Bills and Patriots. We'll learn a lot about this team maybe this week, and if they can run it against New England, that'll be great. The good news on the injury front, we can get that for you as well as players are making progress, and Sean McDermott says there's a chance some could return against New England. Jeremy and Joe, good Tuesday morning. The Sabres lost to Calgary last night, and we'll have I don't know about a hard conversation about them, but you wonder if they ever have hard conversations over there. They lost to Calgary. They got 7 goals to Calgary.
Swept by Calgary.
Luukkonen.
He did only allow 5 of the 7.
Right, only 5. Nothing hits harder than a morning tweet of UPL is in the starter's net. I'm like, okay, here we go. Mm-hmm. It's not going well. Anyway, 803-0550 on WGR. Do you remember the stat on the Patriots' run defense, how they had not surrendered a 55-yard runner for half the season?
Yep.
Weeks 1 through 10, the Patriots' run defense was 4th in EPA per play, 4th in yards per carry against, and they'd given up 79 rushing yards per game. Very good. 8th in success rate, meaning they want to stop you. Their run defense was one of their calling cards. Since the Milton Williams injury, because he played 8 snaps in Week 11. Week 11 to now, the Patriots' run defense. I said it was 4th in EPA per play. Without Milton Williams, it's 23rd. Mm-hmm. 8th in success rate. Without Milton Williams, 31st. Mm-hmm. 4th in yards per carry. Without Milton Williams, 27th. And rushing yards per game, they've gone from 79 yards rushing per game in weeks 1 through 10 to 123 rushing yards per game without Milton Williams. They lost a guy, and they have been paying for it. Mm-hmm. So what could be different about this matchup with the Bills? They might be able to run it this time. They were not able to run it the first time, and this time they might be able to run the ball. So no Milton Williams. He's on IR. Huge. When he got hurt, we knew he would miss this Bills game. We kind of wondered what kind of difference that might make. He was their big prize free agent signing from the Eagles last year, and they miss him in a very big way. They are not stopping the run the same way.
Do you remember what Cook was in that New England game on Sunday night earlier in the season?
I don't.
15 of 49, which was 3.3 yards per carry.
Okay, yeah.
Like they did nothing.
And after the game, the story on New England was, well, that's a team. If they can stop the run and their corners are good, what are we going to do? So this time around, all right, run it. They are not the same without this guy. The tape the Bills would watch of the first matchup versus the tape they would watch on New England in the last 3-4 weeks, like, different team stopping the run. So that's a dose of good news on this matchup with New England. Who is better at what they do? Of the two, of Bean and McDermott, who's the better of the two? 32 coaches, 32 GMs. Who's the better one? Like, Bean got Allen, which would put it on the wall.
Right.
After that, he's built a great offensive line. But the note you make, Bill, where guys leave and then come back, I don't know how often that's actually a positive. Guys do come back, and the fact that they go somewhere else and don't do well, I mean, that might speak to McDermott over Bean, how you get a lot of players here.
I think that would be a point in favor of the coach, right?
Yep.
I think McDermott.
Not that we have to put the two of them at odds. I'm just trying to kind of, answer your question.
I think McDermott would be higher in regard for me compared to his peers. Post the Allen pick, really, especially.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing you could give him credit for, too, is, like, because things aren't, roster-wise, are not perfect on this team at all. Like, far, far from it. And one thing that he has managed to do is he has not let happen to the Bills what is currently happening to the Chiefs and what is currently happening to the Ravens. That off year where things aren't really right, and maybe Baltimore it's a little bit more because Lamar's just not healthy, but Allen's played through injury in some of these years and not looked 100%, and they've managed through it. And they haven't had a year like that. They haven't had a year where, okay, there's a one weird year where they didn't make it.
Is that because of McDermott? Is it because of Allen?
But, like, these other teams have Mahomes and Jackson, and they're about to miss.
That's right.
So, the Bengals have missed with Burrow, although that was usually more because of injury. So, I want to give McDermott some credit for that. You're just getting consistency. And, like, the argument for keeping him would be how confident are you that you are definitely upgrading from him as a head coach? I think there are opportunities where that could be true, but it's not just fire him and let's hire whoever. So that would be the best argument for keeping him, is the candidate that would be a big enough idea to move on from McDermott and feel like, okay, I'm really getting something here. Like, that doesn't come around every year. Like, you would need a Matt LaFleur guy getting fired, and that's something I don't think the owner would do, but that's what I would need. I would need a guy like that becoming available to get to, okay, yeah, I should go do that.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, good morning. We teased something going to the break? Was it Sabres? Oh, I've got a clip from the Calgary broadcast where they give the old, careful, you don't want to be the Sabres, which we can have a little bit of fun with if you want. Last night, our fantastic four-way parlay, we did not hit, and we did not get Owen the Parlay Killer to kill us. We got an alt killer, Alt Joe.
Alt killer.
Alt Joe. Not Joe Alt, who, not having him kills the Chargers. Alt Joe killed our parlay last night. That's all right. We're in it together. We're going to keep stats on career kills.
Yep.
Yes. You are like the Montreal Canadiens with all the banners up.
Yeah.
And Joe got one. He's Carolina over here.
Hand up. I shied away from the alts. I did it to myself.
That's all right. The game was nuts.
You just had no offense in this game.
Oh, it was
unless A.J. Brown or Goddard. Goddard was like the one that probably went above.
It was a
He
battle.
had 8 catches.
It was a battle to get Ladd McConkey a catch in this game. And if you watch this
He
game,
didn't have one at halftime.
it was just the two quarterbacks scrambling, running, throwing balls anywhere they could. Tons of pressure.
Yeah, the Chargers receivers in this game, Keenan Allen, 3 for 22, McConkey, 1 for 12, and then Johnston, 2 for 8. You got nothing.
Right. If I could pose, the Sunday night game was Texans-Chiefs. What did that look like? A lot like this.
Yeah.
We watched 2 primetime games, Chiefs-Texans, and then Chargers-Eagles, where those are 4 teams that I think they can get after the passer in a really nasty way. And I don't know if the Bills are going to have those answers. We'll see. If they play Houston, I'm going to need Ed Oliver. I'm going to need Joey Bosa. And the same about the Chargers. Like, the Chargers' offensive line is susceptible, of course. You could get to Herbert. He was pressured on like 70% of his dropbacks last night. Did the Bills have the chops to get there? Maybe. It's probably the Bills' biggest question. Yeah. Can you win without any semblance of a pass rush?
Or will you have one by the time the playoffs start?
Which is, I don't know if even that's 50-50. Even if you have one by the time the playoffs start.
Because Bosa and Oliver, you would hope, are back.
Let's say Bosa and Oliver are back. Do you think that will be enough? It might. It might be.
It makes me think, I'll put it this way, they'd have a shot at having enough. I feel like it's possible they'd have enough.
Yeah.
If they don't have those two, there's no chance.
Yeah,
I can't just line up Epinesa and Rousseau on every play and expect that that's going to be enough.
Yeah. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550.
By the way, the primetime schedule this week, if you didn't like the last 2 games, although maybe bad teams might give you more goofiness and scoring.
Do I have Steelers, Dolphins?
You get Falcons, Bucks on Thursday.
Yikes.
You get Vikings, Cowboys on Sunday night.
Yikes.
That could be anything, right? Because Dallas scores a lot and allows everything, and the Vikings stop everything and don't score anything. So, I don't know what you're getting there. And then you get Steelers and Dolphins on Monday night, which should probably be a gross, low-scoring game.
The Dolphins will run for 1,000,000 yards.
Okay.
That's what I would bet. Dan Orlovsky yesterday tweeted, "Don't sleep on the Dolphins."
What does that mean?
To which I would say, sleep on the Dolphins.
Sleep on them to do what? They're going to win. They're going to win 8 games.
Maybe don't sleep on them week to week, but they are not going to make the playoffs.
Listen, sign me up. If they're in the division. They were at one point like the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. They right now are 12th. If they win 2 more games, 3 more games, they want to pick 15th. Go ahead, be my guest. After the season they had where they fired a GM and they're going to be right in the middle of the first round in the draft. Like the Jets have ruined their draft order and so have other teams, but nobody's done it more than Miami.
Current number 1 pick belongs to the Giants. Giants, Raiders, Titans.
Well, they won't use that. Because the Titans, how'd the Titans fall out of, how'd it last?
They beat the Browns.
They beat the Browns.
They beat the Browns.
I forgot that game happened.
Cleveland picks 4th.
All I saw is Shadur Sanders had 400 yards. I guess I just assumed that meant they won, but apparently not.
Nope, they lost on a 2-point conversion.
Right.
The Falcons have the 9th pick currently, which belongs to the Rams. The Bengals are picking 10th. The Chiefs 14th. The Bills 24th.
Bengals pick 10th. They'll pick an Ohio State wide receiver.
Carnell Tate.
Yep. Just go nuts.
Hey, T. Higgins is in concussion protocol.
Stunner. Shocker.
Watching the rest of the league catch up to that and be like, oh, yeah, after watching these 2 highlights, that's pretty messed up. Like, yeah, right. Who's shocked? And the story out of the whole situation is that Higgins, the reason he stayed in the locker room at halftime was he asked for further evaluation. Are you guys sure I'm okay?
Right.
Yeah. Go on, bud. He asked.
It's about as close to pulling yourself out of a game as a player ever gets.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want to be seen as taking yourself out, I'm sure. Can you guys check again? You're fine. Okay. I guess I'll go get knocked out again and then catch a sick one-handed touchdown, which is a really nice catch. He had two incredible catches in that game. Anyway, T. Higgins back in concussion protocol. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on the Bills and the Patriots this week from Foxborough, from Gillette. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The Eagles have lost 3 in a row. The Bills will see them in Week 17. And
that game's going to be ugly.
Jeremy White here to tell you about AAA
right.
insurance. And I think it is going to be ugly.
They drag every team into these stupid, ugly football games.
It's Yes.
Everybody. Have they played somebody this year that's been able to get them out of that? It's because their defense is too good and their offense is so just. What is the word for their offense?
Run by a bad quarterback. He's not good.
Probably a bad offensive coach, too.
Okay, maybe
both.
The quarterback's just not that good. We've kind of known it. He's caught lightning in a bottle a couple times. He's made 2 Super Bowls. He has a win. He's played great in those Super Bowls. He's played great in the big stages like national championships, right? Like we've seen him or college. Like we've seen him do very, very good things in the biggest spots.
He did get benched in that national championship.
True,
yeah.
true. But he's just not that good.
Yeah,
Whenever you see he's ranked, Jalen Hurts ranked like so-and-so has him as the 13th quarterback, and you'll see Eagles fans, a few of them get upset. I feel like half of them now are like, oh, yeah, that's definitely
I
right.
think the guy that, my brother covering the team, I know this is the one that he's always engaging in. The guy that Eagles fans lose their mind the most at when all those rankings come up is when he's...
Danny Kelly?
No, well, just a specific guy that he's ranked below, and
Yeah.
it's always the guy he played yesterday, Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's definitely not as good as Herbert.
And I don't know how you can watch that game yesterday. Not that Herbert was amazing, but it's so clear which quarterback of those two is a better quarterback.
Right.
It's Justin Herbert.
Do you remember the stat on the Patriots' run defense, how they had not surrendered a 55-yard runner for half the season?
Yep.
Weeks 1 through 10, the Patriots' run defense was 4th in EPA per play, 4th in yards per carry against, and they'd given up 79 rushing yards per game. Very good. 8th in success rate, meaning they want to stop you. Their run defense was one of their calling cards. Since the Milton Williams injury, because he played 8 snaps in Week 11. Week 11 to now, the Patriots' run defense. I said it was 4th in EPA per play. Without Milton Williams, it's 23rd. 8th in success rate. Without Milton Williams, 31st. 4th in yards per carry. Without Milton Williams, 27th. And rushing yards per game, they've gone from 79 yards rushing per game in weeks 1 through 10 to 123 rushing yards per game without Milton Williams. They lost a guy, and they have been paying for it. So what could be different about this matchup with the Bills? They might be able to run it this time. They were not able to run it the first time, and this time they might be able to run the ball. So no Milton Williams. He's on IR. Huge. When he got hurt, we knew he would miss this Bills game. We kind of wondered what kind of difference that might make. He was their big prize free agent signing from the Eagles last year, and they miss him in a very big way. They are not stopping the run the same way.
Do you remember what Cook was in that New England game on Sunday night earlier in the season?
I don't.
15 of 49, which was 3.3 yards per carry.
Okay, yeah.
Like, they did nothing.
And after the game, the story on New England was, well, that's a team. If they can stop the run and their corners are good, what are we going to do? So this time around, all right, run it. They are not the same without this guy. The tape the Bills would watch of the first matchup versus the tape they would watch on New England in the last 3-4 weeks, like, different team stopping the run. So that's a dose of good news on this matchup with New England.
The Sabres fall to the Flames 7-4, now drop the first 2 games of their road trip.
But they've turned the puck over, and Backlund's got an empty net. He is not going to miss.
They're now 2-9-2 on the road this season, and it's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. All of the game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott gave an injury update yesterday. He says all these players are improving, and that we will see how they go through the week. Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown. Cole Bishop did leave the game due to cramping, but he should be okay. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow afternoon as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday in Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night 22-19. Jalen Hurts completed 21 of 40 pass attempts and threw 4 interceptions. In other news, T. Higgins is now in concussion protocol following the game against the Bills. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Colts will bring in Phillip Rivers for a workout today. The NFL has flexed Patriots' Week 16 game against the Ravens to Sunday Night Football, and ESPN's Adam Schefter is reporting that Trey Hendrickson with a hip injury is set to undergo core muscle surgery. And just seen on SportsCenter, Stefan Diggs is releasing a new furniture line. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
You guys have been the poster boy for why you can't tear something down. That debate's been going on in this city for the last, couple of years now. And the point is always towards the Buffalo Sabres. You want to tear something down to the studs? Be careful, because you could end up being the Buffalo Sabres, and for 20 years, you're the worst team in hockey or thereabouts. So that's part of the ongoing argument, and we're seeing it firsthand tonight. This team's give a crap meter is almost shut off. They've got some talent. They've got some good pieces. So even though you go out and win a draft pick, like a Tage Thompson is a great player, but without the team effort and the culture that's getting built, it means nothing.
Yeah, Dahlin and Thompson both scoring here, and we'll see what happens in the third period, because we still have a third to go and they're down 2.
That's from the Calgary broadcast.
Another quick question for those gentlemen who are not probably awake right now. One, they think the Sabres have some talent. Okay, I think there are maybe a few, like on one hand, you can count the teams that have more than them.
That have less than them.
That have less than them?
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing, tearing it down to the studs. In 14 years, how many times have the Sabres really done that?
Once.
I would say twice.
Twice?
When they traded Vanek and Miller and Pominville and all of those guys got traded away, and then they did it again when they traded Eichel and Reinhart and Ristolainen.
Fair.
2 times in 14 years that they've done that. That's a lot.
Well, 2 times in 14 years, and one of those times...
I would say that's not a lot
one
for
of those
14
times,
years.
They chose to do it. The other time, they had to do it. Because
the first time?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, the Eichel time.
I was going to say the Eichel Reinhardt time, they had to do it because they were so bad that the players said, you must tear this down to the studs.
Right.
Like, trade us all away.
Right.
I mean, Ryan O'Reilly, when they traded him away, that didn't have to happen. They just decided to do that.
Right.
After a last place finish. And they kept Phil Housley on as their head coach.
And that wasn't down to the studs yet anyway. That was like one off-season move. Like the idea the Sabres just keep rebuilding, like, and tearing it down and building it up and tearing it down. Like, they don't really tear it down that often. I bet I could find, same thing, like, compare yourself to the league. I bet I can find teams that have torn it down more often than the Sabres have in 15 years.
Yeah. And meanwhile, like, it's funny, like, thinking about Calgary for this point. This is the Calgary broadcast saying, careful, you don't want to be the Buffalo Sabres.
Because what's their debate probably right now? They keep barely either making it or just missing, and now they're near the bottom, and it's, do we rebuild or we try to finish 8th again?
Right. The Sabres have had the same GM as long as, how many teams in the NHL have had a GM longer than the Sabres right now?
Oh, it's like
and
most.
They keep trying to just get 10 more points in the standings. Like, the Sabres probably should have done another rebuild a year ago or 2 years ago, and instead, it's just constantly trying to, no, this will be the thing that gets us 7 more points. Competitive games in March was actually a thing that was said, right? Jason Bottrell's trying to get competitive games in March.
Yeah.
So
he's the 10th longest tenured GM in the league. Adams is.
Without a sniff of the playoffs.
Right.
10th longest tenured GM. And he's not torn it down other than when he had to at the beginning, when he trades Reinhart, Eichel.
Yep.
And those were not exactly tear-down trades. They wanted players, right? They got Tuck and Krebs, who are going to play right away, and then some picks as well. But, whatever. The Sabres lose to Calgary 7-4. It's just it's memories for me of, was it last year? Marcus Foligno with the Wild, they lost like 3 in a row, and he's like, it's not like it's a Sabres losing streak.
Yes,
and it's like there was a big time shots fired moment. Calgary has 28 points in 31 games. Like, they are near the bottom of the league, saying, "Careful, you don't want to be the Sabres."
Right.
What?
Well, because again, like, they're debating, should we be trading our good players?
Right.
Should we be trading Nazem Kadri away for whatever we could get?
Of course they should. He's
Rasmus
how
Anderson?
old? Like, they should definitely trade some old players.
Maybe he's an easier one, but they've got other guys, I'm sure, that are like Rasmus Anderson is one.
Yeah.
Like, should we trade our 29-year-old really good defenseman?
Well, the Sabres are in last in the East by a clear 4 points. They have the worst goal differential in the East. And, of course, like, the GM has made changes and tried to get things right, and they just never do. It is, of course, not unusual to hear an opposing team broadcast say, "This team we're watching here, their give-a-crap meter is shut off." Mm-hmm. All right. Why is that? Why is that? Dahlin's comments after the game, like, he was very, forceful about, like, how bad they were. Oh. What are you supposed to do?
Pray that Dahlin and Thompson don't want to leave.
If I said this a couple weeks ago, like, we're going to talk to Lindy Ruff at 9:00. I'm not exactly going to tell him, like, you should be fired. Just a team in the NHL that thinks it has talent, that has what's happening happen, has fired their coach by now. If you think you're talented and you're sitting in last in the East, you fire a coach. The Sabres do not do in-season firings of coaches unless you've lost 12 in a row. Or Ralston was 4-20, or maybe 4 wins in 20 games. Mm-hmm. But Lindy was fired in season, 20 years ago.
Yep.
They don't make moves in season to try and save seasons, which maybe somewhere along these 17 years. How many years is it actually?
14.
14. Okay. Sorry, I'm like
soon to be 15.
I'm like Bill Strouting here. Somewhere in those 14 years, doing something in the middle of the year might have turned something around, but they frequently don't do that. They do not. I guess the first couple of years, Lindy would have been one of these drought years, and they tried to change it, and they immediately fire Ralston. And since then, the only guy to get fired midseason is Ralph Kruger, who had lost 12 in a row. Last year's team lost 13 in a row.
Yeah, right.
What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to say? They win a couple games, and it's like, oh, look at that. They win when they can win when they play a certain way. Like, yeah, I mean, right. The worst team of all time won 8 games in the NHL. The Washington Capitals expansion team, they won 8 times.
Yep.
Is anybody confused about that? This team's confusing. Look at that. They won a game. Maybe there is something going on there. Anyway, what are you going to do? 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to chime in, you can. We'll chat about, you want to throw something at the Sabres, go for it. Like a comment. Don't actually throw anything at the Sabres. They're out west, which means late games and late losses this time to Calgary. They'll play Vancouver and Seattle and Edmonton before still coming back.
I just feel like there's nothing left to say or do other than
fire the GM. The GM's got to be fired.
I kind of feel like the fan base is stuck in, we're just waiting for that to happen, and until that happens, like, all right, here the games come and go.
Yeah. I mean, like,
that's the current state of the team. Everyone's just waiting for the GM to get fired. And we don't know if we're going to be waiting a month, a week, or a year, or 3 years.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, credit anyone that can still kind of rant about it. Like, oh, and you had a good one after the Flyer game?
Yes.
Like, hey, credit to anybody that can still have a rant about it until they probably fire their GM. What? I mean, and then will it just be Jarmo Kekalainen? Will there be anybody hired? I've told you before
that it feels like they already made their GM hire.
Kekalainen.
By hiring him.
All right. Well,
who would be their first GM brought in with previous experience in like 45 years.
And will it be really different? Do you think people think...
I will hope. I will. I'm not sure it'll be different. I will definitely talk myself into it. It'll be different.
Right,
I know I will talk myself into it'll be different. Because he's done the job before, and he's been aggressive with trades and with hirings, and he's fired people in season. We brought up the Tortorella example. He fired a coach 8 games into a year.
Who's he going to hire as his coach?
Tortorella. He's hired him before. I don't know. Like, anything that is different. Anything that is oh, this person was qualified to work as the general manager? Okay, yeah, let me see what that looks like. Because I haven't really had that in a long time. Long time.
Yeah. You need someone that's willing to trade what? Who? If this is going to be another rebuild, who is it? Tuck's, of course, right, at the deadline. Don't re-sign him, trade him.
Yep.
But what are you going to get for Tuck? Like a first-round pick? So a player that you'll see on the team in 2028, 2029, because it'll be the 23rd pick in this draft? And will they have that player develop and come up and look good and then send him down for a 3-goalie rotation? Because that's what happened with Noah Östlund. Like,
yeah.
Is that the plan for that?
Well, they did the easy thing.
They did the easy thing because that's what they do. And that's why everybody's there still, and that's why they still have 3 goalies, and that's why they aren't any good. It's that easy.
Right.
Because the players do the easy thing, management does the easy thing, everybody does the easy thing. And you don't win doing the easy thing. It's that simple.
803-0550.
He should definitely be in over Greenway, but they paid Greenway $4 million per year. So what are you going to do there?
Greenway
he's
was
on
not,
the team.
Was not good last night.
You could waive Peyton Krebs, but are they still having him on the team because they want the Eichel trade to look as good as possible? Like, I don't know. Like that, you could have done that.
I saw Eichel scored a late overtime goal the other night.
Did he?
Yeah, which was the second latest overtime goal. Hold on. You know what? Who cares? I'm not even going to bother.
I thought you were going to say I saw Eichel in a commercial with John Hamm because he's in that now.
Okay.
He was the only player that got a line in the commercial for the U.S. hockey team, which is funny because they might actually not go still. But they're running commercials with all the NHL players in
hockey.
It.
Look at hockey.
Italy apparently can't build a hockey arena.
What a sport. The NFL's going to successfully got flag football at the Olympics. Meanwhile, the NHL's, all right, fine, we'll go back to the Olympics. And they're like, yeah, about that, the rink, we accidentally built it the wrong size.
Right.
All right.
We trusted the Italians were going to be able to do this, and they're not. So I guess we're not going.
They said they didn't care. Anyway, all right. 803-0550 if you want it. By the way, the Chargers win last night knocks the Bills to the 6th seed in the AFC. So if the playoffs started today, the Bills would be heading to Jacksonville.
A place where they have not won in a while, right?
This is a fun question. Does Jacksonville own the stupidest collection of wins against the Bills?
Ooh.
What NFL franchise for stupid win per game against the Bills has the lead? Let me make the case for Jacksonville. I've got the playoff game, which was 10-3.
10-3.
Where a backup tight end caught a 4th down pass to beat them ultimately.
Yeah. Remember the name? While you think of it, I'll remind everyone.
It's like Kizik or Kozak. Ben Kozak? Koyak. Ben Koyak.
Yeah, because Kozak's on the Sabres.
Ben Koyak.
Ben Koyak? That sounds right.
I think it might be Ben Koyak.
Okay.
Boy, if I pulled that out, then all right.
I think you've got it. That game, by the way, ended on a Nathan Peterman interception,
right?
Which was fitting.
They've got that one. They've got the London game, of course, which is just dumb. They got a loss to.
It was Ben Koyak. You're right.
Ben Koyak. They have a loss to Urban Meyer.
9-3. I
thought it was 9-6.
9-6. Yeah.
They have the playoff.
Did you say the London game?
I said the London game. We got
both London games.
The playoff loss to like Brunel, right?
Yeah.
Kelly's last game.
Yep.
Like of all the dumb wins a team has over you per time you've played, Jacksonville might have it. The Titans are in there too.
It's a good No, I think Jacksonville's got a good case here because they're also never good, right?
Yeah.
They're never good.
Have they tweeted that this is the biggest game in franchise history for them this week? Who do they play? They play somebody. Biggest game in franchise history.
Well, congratulations to them. They should definitely hang a banner, shouldn't they? They won their biggest game in franchise. Put up, we beat the Colts in Week 14 in 2025. That should definitely go up on their stadium. They play the Jets this week.
Okay, they should be just fine then. They should be good. So Jacksonville, can they hold off Houston for that division? Quite possibly. And if the Bills were to go to Jacksonville, I feel like we'd probably feel pretty good about it, right?
I have seen, though, that Trevor Lawrence has been playing unreal the last couple of weeks. Like, he's hitting every pass that is there for him. He has not played maybe the best defenses, and we'll see if that gets tested a little bit more. Like, what would the Bills do to Jacksonville defensively? Would you expect the Bills defense to show up in that level of game? Because I look at the standings, I see like, all right, Houston, I'd expect the Bills defense to perform well. Denver, same thing. New England, I would be pretty scared of that.
Nervous, yeah.
Jacksonville is kind of somewhere in the middle, where I'm not really sure.
Well, Trevor Lawrence does have a playoff win, right? He had a comeback win against the Chargers.
Right.
They were down 28-0 or 27-0. They win against L.A.
Then they lost to Kansas City the next week when Mahomes was injured.
Yep. If it's Bills, Jags, I don't say would you take it because the Bills are still alive for the division. You might think it's not a great shot, but they're still alive. But
it's one of those middle, just slightly above average offenses that I feel like, depends on maybe what you have on your defensive line. Is that Oliver and Joey Bosa healthy? Because if the answer is yes, I'm going to want my defense to stop them.
No.
That's not Mahomes. That's not the Chiefs. That's not Lamar and Derrick Henry setting records during the regular season as an offense. Like, that's Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. Like, all right, you got enough. Go stop them in the postseason, even if they're at home. Like, that would be a game where, for me, like, that's McDermott's and the defense got to show up for that game and not let the narrative grow beyond, well, you can't stop Kansas City too. Well, you just can't perform in the playoffs because, look, your season ended in Jacksonville again.
Yeah. Just looking at some of Ben Baldwin's stuff on offense and defense and team tiers, the Jags definitely have a better defense than the Bills, but their offense is not nearly as good.
Yeah.
So, and how do they do like drop back EPA? Their pass defense is like their defense is just flat out balanced and good. Jacksonville's defense, according to like EPA per play by Ben Baldwin, is right in a group of teams. Actually, this might scare you a little bit. Ready for the group of teams?
Yep.
There's 4 teams in a cluster. It is Denver, Philadelphia, New England, and Jacksonville in terms of how good they are against the run and the pass.
Yeah.
They are as good against the pass as the Bills, and they are much better against the run. So take that for what it's worth. Maybe start scouting Jacksonville. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I want to start with a positive and then the Sabres. I actually think Buffalo is going to handle business Sunday. If you look back to that first game, we lost by 3 points, and with all the mistakes we had, and we had a Swiss cheese defense on that last drive to let them come back and kick the field goal. I think Allen's got something to prove. I think the team's got something to prove, and if we can stay away from the mistakes, we beat New England. It's that simple. But the Sabres, okay. We lost twice to Calgary, but we didn't just lose to Calgary. We got embarrassed by Calgary. So much so that their announcers said what a garbage team this is. They have no heart. And we have 3 goalies, and we all know, everyone knows, and we're not hockey experts. You don't do that in the NHL. And you're playing UPL, I'm sorry, he's not good. He's proven he's not good. He had one good season. We give him a great contract, and then bam, look what happens. So you send down Noah Osland, who showed a lot of progress, a lot of grit, a lot of speed. So Kevin, and I was telling this to Joe Kelly, Kevin had, Terry Pagula must be okay with not making the playoffs. Gentlemen, think about the amount of revenue that would be created from Western New York alone if this team just made the playoffs one time. We're going on year 15 in the NHL, which is absolutely disgusting and embarrassing. What is it going to take to get rid of this GM? And I really think that Allen's going to put on the Superman cape again and get the job done. I'd love your thoughts.
Thanks, Larry. What it'll take, I'm positive, I should say, maybe I shouldn't say this, they'll fire the GM after this year. The question is, will they do it in season? To me, that's the number one question. They don't do in-season stuff. And this looks like a year where it's pretty much already over.
Yep.
So will you do it in season? Because you say, like, I need to say something must change.
The revenue part is interesting to point out because it is weird to me they wouldn't be more desperate to chase that. The team did not make the playoffs in 2022-23. All they did was come close, and the season ticket base was returning. It started coming back, and they didn't even make it that year. They just came close. That's it. They were just in the race. They weren't even in a spot down the stretch in the spring. And fans were returning and filling up the building, and there was energy about it. For a 91-point team. Give me a 96-point team, everybody will come back in an instant. It's crazy to me they don't act in more desperation to go after that.
Yeah, there's definitely like a passivity to what they've done. Like the 3-goalie thing is just the latest. Every couple of years you get a new example of why aren't you just doing something about this? Bo Byram on the team is a great example of this. Remember, we went to this offseason, they're going to trade Byram. They said, like, you know what? Actually, instead, we'll just sign him for 2 years to money. Like, there's never any real plan. Like Owen kind of said, like, they'll do the easy thing. The hard thing is to trade him, I guess, because they didn't like the value they would get. Why don't you like the value you'd get? Is it because the league doesn't think he's all that good? He's not a true number one as much as he might want to be? Like, I'm not here to go after Byram specifically, but here's you should do a thing, and they didn't do the thing. They decided to do something else. And here's 3 goalies. You probably somewhere along the way should trade for a goalie, do something. Waive UPL. Waive him. What's going to happen?
Probably nothing.
Not going to get claimed. Going to go to Rochester. Your 3-goalie situation is solved. Is it not solved?
I would bet Edmonton claimed him.
Good.
If they did.
Sounds actually isn't that a great idea?
It's great. I mean,
claim him.
Anything's a great idea.
Right.
Anything's a great idea at this point with them because not one of them has played well enough to earn that they have to keep him. Lyon's been in the doghouse since he had his great start. Luukkonen is Luukkonen. We all know what that is. And Ellis, do we think we're getting
I have no
games
idea.
out of that kid?
Like
I don't think he's ready. And what are you going to do?
Well, even if he is ready, if you think he is something that is worth developing into a consistent NHL-level goaltender, the environment you have presently set up for him is not the way to get it out of him.
You're butchering him if you are trying to really make him into something, or you're just holding on to him because you're scared Luukkonen's going to blow a hip out again. And that's because you're scared to do something more significant. It all comes down from the top.
All right, it's the GM, right.
It all comes down from the top. And it's bled into the play. That's what the rant was the other day for me. Like, the only reason I got that hot was because I felt like the players are finding excuses for themselves because that's what the guy at the top of the organization does.
Yeah, it's a little over. I saw it was about a year anniversary since the palm trees press conference.
Yeah, and like that is it.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that nobody can just say we're not good enough, we need to fix this and do something about it. Some of them will say it. Nothing ever changes. Nobody ever does anything. The GM's still there. The GM hasn't traded really anybody significant in a while here. Peterka, great, but he didn't want to be here. You had to do that. It's all because everybody can just do whatever they need to do and get through it. Because that's where everybody's at.
803-0550. 1-888-552-550.
Last in the East.
Gavin
McKenna.
Gavin McKenna.
Should I start looking up what he's doing like on a weekly basis?
He's kind of getting knocked off that top spot. There's a big defenseman playing college.
Perfect.
I'm forgetting.
The 7-footer?
Yeah, no, not the 7-footer.
There's a 7-foot defenseman that is floating around college hockey.
If you tell me
right
the
now.
Sabres win the lottery and take a defenseman with the number 1 pick, like I'm just going to sleep. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, that would be
like just
if they win it and
get out of here with this. Not listening. Listening.
They have to take McKenna if they win it because McKenna's a witch and he is struggling. But we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Like college hockey is just a different animal, and he's not built for it right now.
Yeah.
And he's young, but he's a witch, and you need that way more than you need another giant defenseman.
4 months to go in the season. 5 months, actually, really.
803-0550 to join us. It's Jeremy and Joe. Owen's here. Alt Joe's here as well. Get your calls if you want to throw something at the Sabres on us. Go for it. Also, of course, previewing Bills and Patriots this week. Gave you some numbers. The Patriots' run defense not nearly as good. And what's the spread in this game?
For Bills-Patriots?
Yeah. What's the spread?
Point. What do you think it is?
I thought I saw the early look-ahead line last week was like Patriots -1.5. Basically a pick 'em but a road game for the Bills.
It is Bills -1.5.
Okay. Bills favorite.
I thought the Bills would be favored. I wonder, though, if maybe New England opened as the favorite and people immediately ran to, I'll take the Bills.
Yep. Maybe.
And that put them in the favorite spot.
It'll be a big one on Sunday. The AFC playoff field, it's wide. I mean, it looks like I shouldn't say it's wide open. It looks like we've got a good look at it, and this week might really lock it in. Get you some of the leverage numbers. Kansas City can be eliminated this week. Not like, oh, they're on life. No, out this week. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Do you remember the stat on the Patriots' run defense, how they had not surrendered a 55-yard runner for half the season?
Yep.
Weeks 1 through 10, the Patriots' run defense was 4th in EPA per play, 4th in yards per carry against, and they'd given up 79 rushing yards per game. Very good. 8th in success rate, meaning they want to stop you. Their run defense was one of their calling cards. Since the Milton Williams injury, because he played 8 snaps in Week 11. Week 11 to now, the Patriots' run defense. I said it was 4th in EPA per play. Without Milton Williams, it's 23rd. 8th in success rate. Without Milton Williams, 31st. 4th in yards per carry. Without Milton Williams, 27th. And rushing yards per game, they've gone from 79 yards rushing per game in weeks 1 through 10 to 123 rushing yards per game without Milton Williams. They lost a guy, and they have been paying for it. So what could be different about this matchup with the Bills? They might be able to run it this time. They were not able to run it the first time, and this time they might be able to run the ball. So no Milton Williams. He's on IR.
Presented by
Huge. When he got hurt, we knew he would miss this Bills game. We kind of wondered what kind of difference that might make. He was their big prize free agent signing from the Eagles last year, and they miss him in a very big way. They are not stopping the run the same way.
Do you remember what Cook was in that New England game on Sunday night earlier in the season?
I don't.
15 of 49, which was 3.3 yards per carry.
Okay, yeah.
Like, they did nothing.
And after the game, the story on New England was, well, that's a team. If they can stop the run and their corners are good, what are we going to do? So this time around, all right, run it. They are not the same without this guy. The tape the Bills would watch of the first matchup versus the tape they would watch on New England in the last 3-4 weeks, like, different team stopping the run. So that's a dose of good news on this matchup with New England. The Eagles have lost 3 in a row. The Bills will see them in Week 17, and
that game's going to be ugly.
Right. I think it is going to be ugly.
They drag every team into these stupid, ugly football games.
It's yes.
Everybody. Have they played somebody this year that's been able to get them out of that? It's because their defense is too good, and their offense is so just. What is the word for their offense?
Run by a bad quarterback. He's not good.
Probably a bad offensive coach, too.
Okay, maybe
both.
The quarterback's just not that good. We've kind of known it. He's caught lightning in a bottle a couple times. He's made 2 Super Bowls. He has a win. He's played great in those Super Bowls. He's played great in the big stages like national championships, right? Like, we've seen him or college. Like, we've seen him do very, very good things in the biggest spots.
He did get benched in that national championship.
True. But he's not that good.
Yeah.
You know? Whenever you see he's ranked, Jalen Hurts is ranked like, so-and-so has him as the 13th quarterback, and you'll see Eagles fans, a few of them get upset. I feel like half of them now are like, oh, yeah, that's definitely
I
right.
think the guy that, my brother covering the team, I know this is the one that he's always engaging in. The guy that Eagles fans lose their mind the most at when all those rankings come up is when he's...
Danny Kelly?
No, well, just a specific guy that he's ranked below, and it's always the guy he played yesterday, Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's definitely not as good as Herbert.
And I don't know how you can watch that game yesterday. Not that Herbert was amazing, but it's so clear which quarterback of those two is a better quarterback.
Right.
It's Justin Herbert.
The Sabres fall to the Flames 7-4. They've now dropped the first 2 games of their road trip. They're 2-9-2 on the road this season. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. All of the game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott gave an injury update yesterday. Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown are all improving. And McDermott says they will see how they get through the week. Cole Bishop left the Bengals game early due to cramping, and McDermott says he should be okay. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow afternoon as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday in Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night, 22-19. In other news, T. Higgins is in concussion protocol. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting the Colts are bringing in Phillip Rivers for a workout today. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Numbers in front of the net are what you want to work with. Dahlin's got to get the puck there. There it is. Scores! Rasmus Dahlin. There was enough traffic in front. It wasn't a lot, but I'll tell you what, with 2:31 left on the clock, it's back to a 1-goal game, and back between the pipes goes Alex Lyon.
One of the highlights of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres would get close, give up 2 empty netters. They lose 7-4 in Calgary.
Brown the lone setback, receiver to each side. And it's intercepted! Jumping up in the air is Bedford! Gets away from Burrow! 30, 20, 10, 5! Your AFC Defensive Player of the Week has done it again! Christian Bedford with a go-ahead touchdown!
Let's have a little fun here. I bet some people at the game, maybe not even at the game, that is their new favorite Bills defensive touchdown they've ever seen. It was a massive swing in win probability. Like, it turned the game. The Bills went from likely to lose to likely to win with a big, huge pick six from Christian Bedford. Favorite Bills defensive touchdown you've ever seen. We don't have to necessarily rank best.
Yeah.
If you want best, then we get have that conversation. But what's your favorite? What's the best one? Taron Johnson pick six is a strong candidate.
It is, yes. If you were doing best, I think that's got to be in contention with probably the Carlton Bailey pick six in the AFC Championship game in 1991.
Is best skill? Is best degree of difficulty? Size of
the moment is a big part of it for me. Maybe the difference between those two, because you have an AFC Championship game and you have an AFC Divisional Round game. I think the Bailey one was like 20 yards. And Johnson was 102.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so that one, I think how long it is also helps. Favorite's going to be tough for me to be the Drayton Florence touchdown against the Patriots in 2011.
Okay.
I know the game in retrospect looks like it's like, I can't believe we cared that much about that football game.
We cared.
That's how I always think about that game when I look back, but man, did I care in the moment. And when he scored that touchdown, it goes off Darius's head up into the air, and then Florence runs it in. It's the cover of Sports Illustrated after that, when that mattered. That might be my favorite, because in the moment it was something I'd never seen before. Although I had seen it with Sam Adams. I was a lot younger.
Sam Adams against the Patriots is pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll submit one that got forgotten to time. It would have been maybe listed as an all-time one to remember. When the Bills lose to the Steelers in the game against the backups, Willie freaking Parker.
Yeah.
The Bills need a win over the Pittsburgh Steelers backups, and they need the Jets to lose to make the playoffs. And they lose to the Steelers backups. That's a good Bills team that had a bad day. Nate Clements picks off Tommy Maddox. He jumps around on the sideline and goes in for a pick six to take the lead in that game.
Yeah, third quarter.
Yeah.
They went up 17-16.
They were not good in that game, the Bills. And I was at this game in the press box, I think covering the game for ESPN at the time. They were not good. You know, we were all stressing out, like, come on, what are you doing here? You're playing backups. What is going on? And then Nate Clements gets that. He jumps around, takes the pick six back. And it very much felt like, okay, they're going to be fine here. This it's kind of like the Benford moment, right? Why aren't you winning? We need something to happen, and then a guy makes a play, and then they go on and they lose anyway because the offense just couldn't do anything against Pittsburgh that day. Bledsoe was kind of dreadful and couldn't get protection, couldn't get the ball out. But that Nate Clemens pick six is lost to history because they lost the game and missed the playoffs.
Right, I don't remember. I remember that it happened now that you say it.
But that moment was awesome.
Yeah.
Because, there's different kind of defensive touchdowns. Benford, a corner jumping and, stealing a ball.
Yeah.
There's that. You've got that. You've got your scoop and score moments.
The tip ones.
Yeah.
That's more the Florence one. That ball goes up in the air, and he
Sam
runs
Adams
under
is a tip and a catch.
Yeah.
Yep. Zach in Buffalo on this. Favorite Bills defensive touchdown that you remember. Go ahead, Zach.
Morning, guys. Yeah, there's one. Jerry Hughes has a scoop and score against, I think, Denver during the COVID season, or maybe it's he tips it and grabs it. I remember down. I think it was the Denver game during the COVID season. I remember he would not go down, refused, and then runs it right into the end zone. There's this is special team, so it doesn't count. But I remember maybe earlier in this kind of regime, Micah Hyde, I think, has a spinning onside kick reception that he takes to the house as well. Obviously not a defensive touchdown.
Yep.
But
defensive player. Thanks, Zach. We'll allow it. Defensive player. That was against the Dolphins on an onside kick where he caught it, spinning catch, touchdown.
Micah Hyde.
Bills were wearing red that day. It was a great play.
The Hughes one, though, he looks like a kick returner on that play. He makes four guys miss.
They win that game and they clinch the division.
Yeah, they smoked Denver.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Allen was incredible that day.
That play, the game also wasn't in doubt, so it was just kind of a party at that point.
It was.
They were up 28 to 13 when he scooped and scored. So they went up 35-13. So I guess that would have really clinched it.
But it was very much, they're going to win that game.
Yeah. And
I can remember screaming at the TV, just go down, this game is over. 28-13, and he made a lot of guys miss. You're right. He looks like a kick returner. He starts running backwards. 1, 2. How many broken tackles? 3. I'm counting them. 3 broken tackles, almost 4, onto the end zone, gets a block, and he's in. Jerry Hughes. All-time favorite Bills defensive touchdown. I've got a Dante Whitner one against the Bucks.
I've got a pick 6 on Patrick Mahomes in here.
That's going to be, it goes through the hands of Tyreek Hill to Micah Hyde.
Micah Hyde.
In Kansas City.
Yep.
And the game, that's the game they blow the Chiefs out where there's a weather delay.
Yeah, 38-20.
Yeah.
And that went from 24-13 to 31-13 on that one. I got a list, by the way, if you can't tell, of all the pick sixes and all the fumble return touchdowns in Bills history, which I think would be all defensive. Although there's your guy Jerry Ostrowski on this list for fumble recovery.
He
must have just fallen on one.
He did have a fumble recovery.
Okay.
Jerry O.
All right, so he's the one offensive player on this list I'm looking at right now.
He got one.
You got a London Fletcher scoop and score here against New England.
Week 1. The first play of the game.
Yeah.
First play of the season.
First play, they lost that game.
Yeah, I think he picked up the ball at the 2.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it was a showable hit, and Fletcher got that ball.
Some other memorable ones here. Tre'Davious White against the Falcons in 2017.
Yep.
They go to Atlanta. That's the one where we thought it might have been ruled incomplete, and he picked it up and ran with it, and some of the players thought it was an incomplete pass. And then the Falcons were furious that they didn't overturn it, and it was ruled a fumble, and the Bills won.
Let's spend some time celebrating defensive touchdowns. Sean in Buffalo. Hey, Sean.
Morning. I have an oldie but a goodie. It's mid-season. We're at home. We're playing the Broncos, and we're down by 3 scores, and they're about to kick a field goal. I think go up by 24 points, and the Bills block the field goal, and I have a clear memory of it being 97 Cornelius Bennett, who returns it for a tutty, and then they win that game, and it kind of rights the ship for the season. It's be 89-90.
Okay.
Are we counting blocked field goals as defensive touchdowns?
You know what? In fantasy, they count.
But in fantasy, it's defense / special teams.
These are all-time great DST moments for the Bills. Let's do that. We'll open it all up.
I don't like that though, because then I can start going to kick returns, and now Terrence McGee is suddenly in the conversation because that's special teams.
All right, blocks are allowed, returns are not. Like Jason Peters, punt, block, then recover in Cincinnati. That counts.
That was pretty good
because that's a defensive play.
What about Nyheim Hines returning the kickoff after the
special teams? Joe doesn't want to allow special teams.
We could just do defensive player. Defensive player. So guess what? Roscoe Parrish, you don't get qualification.
Leotis McKelvin
but
does?
Leotis McKelvin does.
So Kyle Williams rushing into the end zone, would that be?
Crap. I just ruined my own logic here.
Look at Alt Joe dropping a bomb on Joe right there.
He did do that.
That was heavy. Right? He's ready for it.
Kyle Williams.
Who else?
I can't imagine there's another defensive bill that scored on offense.
Did Justin Bannon ever get a touchdown? Why is Justin Bannon the name that comes to me?
I don't know who that is. Justin Bannon?
Justin Bannon, former Bills defensive lineman. What can I tell you about Justin Bannon?
From when? From the 90s?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s?
Yeah.
I don't remember Justin Bannon.
Do you know the defensive player? Ooh, this is a good question. What defensive player in NFL history has the most offensive touchdowns? I don't know that this is the answer, but I've got a very good guess.
Like Dion?
That might actually be right because he played both ways.
Devin Hester started his career as a corner, but I'm not sure he qualifies because he eventually switched to receiver. I feel like it would be cheating to say Devin Hester. I would guess Deion Sanders. He's got a lot of highlights that I see. He also played wide receiver. Like he had a whole season on Dallas where he played receiver and had like 60 catches or something.
I'm not having a lot of luck looking this up because I've got non-offensive touchdown leaders, defensive touchdown leaders. What I'm looking for is offensive touchdowns from a defensive player most all time. I think the answer might be Vrabel.
J.J. Watt had like 4 in one season.
That's what I mean. Like, who's the guy that they...
Vrabel's a good guess.
The Patriots used Vrabel for this because there was a stat for a while that Vrabel had more offensive touchdowns than any drafted Patriots receiver.
That's amazing.
They used him a lot.
Did they use... how often did they use William the Refrigerator Perry?
Not that much.
Not much? Vrabel had 10 receiving touchdowns in his career. That seems like that's going to be tough to beat. But again, Dion played receiver. Like, how many receiving touchdowns would he have had in his career? Only 3.
I've got some answers for you on William Refrigerator Perry. He had 3 rushing and receiving touchdowns.
Okay.
He did also, and I want to find this play, have 1 catch on 1 target for 4 yards. He had a 4-yard touchdown catch.
Okay. 10's going to be tough to beat, though, for Vrabel. And I don't think there's a bill other than Kyle Williams. So
803-0550. We'll have some fun remembering great, crazy touchdowns, courtesy of Christian Benford there in that Bengal game. Jeremy and Joe will talk with Paul in the 8 o'clock hour. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30. Lindy Ruff at 9 here on WGR. Do you remember the stat on the Patriots' run defense, how they had not surrendered a 55-yard runner for half the season?
Yep.
Weeks 1 through 10, the Patriots' run defense was 4th in EPA per play, 4th in yards per carry against, and they'd given up 79 rushing yards per game. Very good. 8th in success rate, meaning they want to stop you. Their run defense was one of their calling cards. Since the Milton Williams injury, because he played 8 snaps in Week 11. Week 11 to now, the Patriots' run defense. I said it was 4th in EPA per play. Without Milton Williams, it's 23rd. 8th in success rate. Without Milton Williams, 31st. 4th in yards per carry. Without Milton Williams, 27th. And rushing yards per game, they've gone from 79 yards rushing per game in weeks 1 through 10 to 123 rushing yards per game without Milton Williams. They lost a guy, and they have been paying for it. So what could be different about this matchup with the Bills? They might be able to run it this time. They were not able to run it the first time, and this time they might be able to run the ball. So no Milton Williams. He's on IR. Huge. When he got hurt, we knew he would miss this Bills game. We kind of wondered what kind of difference that might make. He was their big prize free agent signing from the Eagles last year, and they miss him in a very big way. They are not stopping the run the same way.
Do you remember what Cook was in that New England game on Sunday night earlier in the season?
I don't.
15 of 49, which was 3.3 yards per carry.
Okay, yeah.
Like, they did nothing.
And after the game, the story on New England was, well, that's a team. If they can stop the run and their corners are good, what are we going to do? So this time around, all right, run it. They are not the same without this guy. The tape the Bills would watch of the first matchup versus the tape they would watch on New England in the last 3-4 weeks, like, different team stopping the run. So that's a dose of good news on this matchup with New England. who is better at what they do? Of the two, of Bean and McDermott, who's the better of the two? 32 coaches, 32 GMs. Who's the better one? Like Bean got Allen, which would put it on the wall.
Right.
After that, he's built a great offensive line. But the note you make, Bill, where guys leave and then come back, I don't know how often that's actually a positive. Guys do come back, and the fact that they go somewhere else and don't do well, I mean, that might speak to McDermott over Bean, how you get a lot of players here.
I think that would be a point in favor of the coach, right?
Yep.
I think McDermott.
Not that we have to put the two of them at odds. I'm just trying to kind of, answer your question.
I think McDermott would be higher in regard for me compared to his peers. Post the Allen pick, really, especially.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing you could give him credit for, too, is, because things aren't, roster-wise, are not perfect on this team at all. Far, far from it. And one thing that he has managed to do is he has not let happen to the Bills what is currently happening to the Chiefs and what is currently happening to the Ravens. That off year where things aren't really right, and maybe Baltimore it's a little bit more because Lamar's just not healthy, but Allen's played through injury in some of these years and not looked 100%, and they've managed through it. And they haven't had a year like that. They haven't had a year where, it's a one weird year where they didn't make it.
Is that because of McDermott? Is it because of Allen?
But, these other teams have Mahomes and Jackson, and they're about to miss.
That's right.
So, the Bengals have missed with Burrow, although that was usually more because of injury. So, I want to give McDermott some credit for that. You're just getting consistency. And, the argument for keeping him would be how confident are you that you are definitely upgrading from him as a head coach? I think there are opportunities where that could be true, but it's not just fire him and let's hire whoever. So that would be the best argument for keeping him, is the candidate that would be a big enough idea to move on from McDermott and feel like, okay, I'm really getting something here. That doesn't come around every year. You would need a Matt LaFleur guy getting fired, and that's something I don't think the owner would do, but that's what I would need. I would need a guy like that becoming available to get to, okay, yeah, I should go do that.
Yeah.
Intercepted, picked up by Nate Clemens. He's going to take it to the house.
Remembering some all-time great Bills defensive touchdowns. Didn't realize Kevin Harlan on the call of the Nate Clemens pick six of Tommy Maddox. If that had gone the Bills' way, the drought would have been considerably shorter. They'd missed for a couple years. That team was supposed to be good. Mm-hmm. They were kind of good. They got off to a terrible start that year, but then they lost to Steelers backups, which,
tough one. Does I think your favorite defensive touchdown should probably come in a win.
My favorite defensive touchdown, I think if I had been at the game, Taron Johnson could have easily been it. That's an incredible moment also, just because the Bills are not only in the playoffs, but they're going to the AFC Championship game. That's a big one.
I'm trying to think how many I've seen live.
Sam Adams I saw live, and I can only describe Sam Adams, thick six against New England as a combination of cheers and laughter.
Right.
People were laughing hysterically while it happened.
Yeah, there's a...
It also made the cover of Sports Illustrated, that one.
Where is it? There's a... Oh, yeah, Jarris Bird on Tim Tebow here, where the Bills smoked him. There were a couple, actually, maybe in that game. Spencer Johnson maybe had one in that game also. That game was meaningless for the Bills, though. They rolled the Broncos 40-14. Denver. That's the year Denver wins over Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
Right.
Michael Vick to Nick Barnett. Remember that one?
No.
I remember that one. No, you don't remember that one?
I do not remember it.
I was there for that one. Bills went up 14 with that. Vick got smoked on the play. Maybe Kelvin Shepard is the guy who just destroyed Michael Vick.
Who had the defensive touchdown against the Titans where Milano pulled his hamstring running after? Was it Jordan Phillips?
Titans
41-7. They win.
Milano on Tannehill. They were up 34-7.
Milano had it. Maybe he pulled his hamstring on it, or someone.
I think you were right.
Jordan Phillips pulled his hamstring on Milano's pick six.
I remember it. Yes, Jordan Phillips was hunting down Ryan Tannehill. The game was over, and all Jordan Phillips wanted to do was destroy. If you find the highlight of that play, watch Jordan Phillips. He has bad intentions. He wants to take out Ryan Tannehill, and in the process, he rips his hamstring in half.
Tough. 803-0550. Want to get some of your phone calls in on the other side? We got a couple callers on the Sabres. That's great because we're going to talk to Paul as well. Howard's going to pick the Bills at 8:30, and it's Patriots week. Bills and Patriots, one of the best all-time, two of the best Bills defensive touchdowns. Drayton Florence, Sam Adams against the Patriots in wins over New England. You can give us a ring if you'd like. It's Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Last night on the broadcast, they showed the NFC standings, and I was looking at the AFC standings and the NFC standings, and, the NFC, Troy Aikman said last night, I think the balance of power has shifted to the NFC. Last couple of years, it's been the AFC is much better, and the balance of power has shifted, and I think the NFC is better this year, which I think most would agree with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I don't know. I don't think it's some blowout. But sure, I think that most might agree.
I think it might be a blowout. Well, the AFC, I looked at the same thing, that same graphic. The list of teams in the AFC, I know some of these teams are better than they were at the beginning of the year, but it's just the list of them is it just looks like a joke. The Steelers, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Chargers are the top five.
Right.
All of those teams get mocked in recent years. New England's not doing it because they've won 1 million games this year, and that's a quarterback that's done that. But no one thinks Pittsburgh is good. I don't think a lot of people actually think Jacksonville is that good. Maybe we have to start adjusting. You just made a good case for why the Chargers aren't probably going to do anything severely in the playoffs.
I think they're good, but they might have a fatal flaw. Their defense is very good.
Whereas, I look at the NFC, and I think almost any one of those teams could win the Super Bowl. I just feel like there's nothing left to say or do other than
fire the GM. The GM's got to be fired.
I kind of feel like the fan base is stuck in we're just waiting for that to happen, and until that happens, all right, here the games come and go.
Yeah,
that's the current state of the team. Everyone's just waiting for the GM to get fired, and we don't know if we're going to be waiting a month, a week, or a year, or 3 years.
Yeah,
right?
Credit anyone that can still kind of rant about it. Owen, you had a good one after the Flyer game.
Yes.
Hey, credit to anybody that can still have a rant about it until they probably fire their GM. What? And then will it just be Jarmo Kekalainen? Will there be anybody hired? I've told you before
that it feels like they already made their GM hire.
Kekalainen.
By hiring him.
All right. Well,
who would be their first GM brought in with previous experience in 45 years.
And will it be really different? Do you think people will... People think
I will hope. I will. I'm not sure it'll be different. I will definitely talk myself into it'll be different. I know I will talk myself into it'll be different because he's done the job before and he's been aggressive with trades and with hirings and he's fired people in season. We brought up the Tortorella example. He fired a coach 8 games into a year.
Who's he going to hire as his coach?
Tortorella. He's hired him before. I don't know. Like anything that is different, anything that is. Oh, this person was qualified to work as the general manager? Okay, yeah, let me see what that looks like. Because I haven't really had that in a long time. Long time.
Yeah.
Tune in to News Radio 930 WBEN and the Wolf Buffalo on The Sabres fall to the Flames by a score of 7-4.
But they've turned the puck over, and Backlund's got an empty net. He is not going to miss.
They're now 2-9-2 on the road this season. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott did give an injury update yesterday. Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown are all improving, and McDermott says they will see how they get through the week. Cole Bishop left the game against the Bengals due to cramping, and McDermott says he should be okay. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday from Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night, 22-19. In other news, T. Higgins is now in concussion protocol following the game against the Bills. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Colts will bring in quarterback Phillip Rivers for a workout today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Paul Hamilton. He has the facts to back up his opinions. On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Paul Hamilton joining us here. We'll recap the Sabres game. Maybe you watched the Sabres game. They lost to Calgary last night. If you watched the Sabres game, that means you might have missed the Monday night football game, where Jalen Hurts committed 5 turnovers. I'd like to just...
Including 2-on-1 play.
I want to put a hand up for that. I think that should not count as 2 turnovers.
It absolutely should.
I think it should not count as 2
Why?
turnovers. He threw an interception. The guy fumbled it. He recovered it. Then he fumbled it.
That's 2 turnovers.
I know, but I think we're all just like, come on.
You had possession and lost it, and then you had possession again. It's like its own drive, really. You had a 2-second drive, and you turned it over.
The result of the play net was turning the ball over 1 time.
Kinda, but again, you got a brand new drive start by getting the ball back, and then you fumbled it again.
I feel like we're just listen. I think Jalen Hurts is not that good. I feel like it's a little bit of a pile on to say he had 5. I know he did.
He definitely had 5. He definitely had 5.
Anyway, Paul Hamilton joins us on the Wester Hotline. Paul, we've asked the question, your favorite Bills defensive touchdown. Doesn't have to be the best or the most meaningful, just your favorite. Do you have a favorite Bills defensive touchdown of all time?
Well, the one we just witnessed has to be up there. I mean, to be able to get up into the air like that. And then he said he's not supposed to.
He's not supposed to jump.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I don't understand why he's not supposed to jump. I didn't get that, but the athleticism to be able to not only do that, but to get the interception and then break the tackle.
Yeah,
I mean, Burrow's got him after he makes the play, but he's able to break the tackle, and Burrow can't bring him down, and then now he takes off and outraces one of the fastest wide receivers you're going to come up against in Chase. I mean, just the whole thing. I mean, I'm just trying to think back when I saw a better defensive touchdown than that one. I mean, that has to rank right up there.
There have been bigger moments, obviously, right? But like the Carlton Bailey interception against Elway, when that game was scoreless, I think, right? Even into the third quarter.
Yes.
So there have been bigger moments, but right, like the play he makes. I wonder, he said that about you're not supposed to jump. I wonder if he meant for all quarterbacks or for certain ones. Because, like, I can imagine what Allen would have done on that play. Allen would get you to jump, and then he would run up the middle for 25 yards. But that's Joe Burrow. Like, Burrow's not really a threat to pull it down and then take off with it.
And do you really blame the quarterback here? I mean, first of all, you have to, in a split second, realize that maybe this guy can get up and block the pass. I have trouble sitting there saying, boy, Joe Burrow really made a bonehead play there. I mean,
just a great play.
Yeah, it's just a great. Sometimes you just have to say, nice job, nice play, you know?
Do you have to say that to the Calgary Flames last night, Paul?
Yes, you would have to say it how many times that they scored right after the Buffalo Sabres scored. I mean, you've just got to be better than that. You can't be so bad every time you score a goal, then you come out on the ice and the next shift you give up a goal. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, all right, you give up the first two. First one goes in off the shoulder. Second one, you break your stick when you shoot it. You're screened anyway. That turns into a knuckleball. And then, so it's 2-0 at the end of one period. Thompson gets you right back into the hockey game as he finally scores a goal. And you decide, well, okay, that's cool. Let's take a couple of penalties. That would be neat. And let's turn it into a 5-on-3, not for very long, but enough. So now you've gotten back into the game to make it 2-1. Now it's 3-1. Now you've caught the Flames you've hemmed them into the zone. They're on a 2.5-minute shift. So Power scores a goal to get you back in it at 13:43. But at 14:14, Power does the old, well, I was supposed to cover that guy? Oh, okay. And just has absolutely no idea that Kadri has gone by him. And so Kadri's wide open. So now they score a goal. But now you make a really nice play for Dahlin. I like the whole goal. I like the play Norris made coming up the ice. Dome, perfect pass. Dahlin, perfect read to get up into the play. He gets a tap in at 16:32. But, let's give him another one at 17:27. Now this one, Dahlin did fall down. So that allows Coleman to bring the puck right into the crease. First save is made. Nobody covers Kuznetsov. He winds up scoring on that one. Calgary, again, scores right after you. You pull the goaltender to make it 6-on-4. So Tuck tips in Dahlin's shot. You score there. But, of course, you're going to give up the empty netters. That's just what they do. Mm-hmm. That was empty netter number 11 and 12 against them this year. And 6-on-5, so they've given up 12 empty netters and have not scored on themselves. That was 6-on-4 they scored on, not a 6-on-5. For it to happen once in a game is too many. The next shift after a goal has to be a good shift. And every time they give up a goal afterwards. And now the Flames leave with 7 goals, and you leave with a loss. And I think it's a well-deserved loss. I don't care if you outshot them 29-28 or whatever. Or I don't care if you had bad luck. Some of those goals are simply bad luck. Well, you make your breaks. You make your luck. And Calgary was in position. Buffalo, until right before the Tuck goal, again, weren't hard enough around the net. That one, Lindy Ruff should put that on continuous loop because every Sabre was digging for the puck, knocking people down, trying to get the puck loose. They were so tenacious that the Flames got so mad at them that Wolf took a penalty, Ball took a penalty because they were so upset with the way the Sabres were attacking the crease. And I'm like, yes, there you go, boys. That is how you attack the crease. That is how you show tenacity to get in there. You didn't score there, but you put yourself on the power play so you were able to score. But that's what you should be doing each and every time. And they don't. There are pucks laying around the crease that they don't get to. All of a sudden the other team will clear it. And, again, that's what they should be showing the team. That's how you try to go and win hockey games. But by that time, it's too late. And you did score a goal to once again pull to within 1 from that play. But then you give up your 2 empty netters, and that's that.
Yeah. Do you feel like the game is any different, Paul, or how different would it have been had Greenway just been a foot further back on an offside challenge? I mean, they lose by 1, and they end up losing by 3. It's another one of these games, though, where you change one thing and maybe it does go differently.
Yeah, and he was offside. He tried to drag the leg to stay onside, but didn't. And so you have another one that, the guy is offside, but it's also another one where, it has nothing to do with the play. It's on the other side, and it's. You wonder, since I don't know, how many goals in the 1950s were offside, and are people talking about those goals?
Yeah. Do you have any? You kind of mentioned the shots, Paul. They've outshot their opponent in 6 of 7 games. Do you have any time for they probably should be getting results that are better than what they're getting in this last little stretch?
Well, you look at some of the goals against. The Flames got a lot of lucky goals, but on the other side of the coin, and I always believe this, I think you make your own luck. And so the Flames they were bearing down, and the Sabres. But the thing is, the power play, Owen power play, is not. Well, it was a lucky goal. That was, again, you're right there, and you are oblivious to the fact that Kadri just went by you and is now charging down the slot towards your goaltender. Farabee finds him, and bang, bang, you're in the net. Now, I can also sit here and say I'd love a big save there. I mean, it's not an easy save. If you're the goaltender, you're not expecting your defenseman just to let the guy go, and next thing you know, he's bearing down on you. But that's not a lucky goal. That's the Sabres standing around watching people score goals instead of covering people. And I don't know when Owen Power is going to get it. I just don't, or if he ever is going to get it. Where you just are you're in position. It's not that you're not in position. Very often, it's like, well, he's too dumb to cover somebody. Well, he's there. He got himself to the play where he was supposed to be. But once he's there, he doesn't know what to do. But that was just being oblivious to not knowing what's going on around you. And that's in your net. Too many of those are happening to this team. So, where there's some lucky goals, But Sharangovich, it goes in off his shoulder to open the scoring, but he's there. I actually thought Bo Byram did a good job of tying him up in front of the net. But still, he's there. And when you're there, you can sometimes good things happen. And that good things happen to the Flames because they were around the net.
Paul, the road trip has started with 3 losses to open. There are 3 more games on the road trip. Edmonton tonight, and then Seattle and Vancouver also on this trip. For any fan that thinks, like, could this be the final straw? If the trip finishes out poorly enough, could there be any change? Do you think it's – and I know we don't often think it could come because they don't make changes mid-season unless it gets so bad that they can't not do it, right? Like that's the Kruger firing. So any feeling that some change could come?
But in my mind, it's already so bad. They've been out of this, in my mind, for 2 weeks since before Thanksgiving. So I don't my thought is, how bad does it have to be? You're already the worst team in the conference and have been for a while. You're almost the worst team in the NHL. You could be by tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So common sense, Jeremy, says yes. But I don't know what the owner's been looking at, or I don't know if he's swallowing the injuries excuse, or where has he been for the last 14 years? I mean, so, no, I'm not expecting anything. I'm not expecting – I mean, this is the coach he wanted. And, on top of how I think – you know how I feel about Adams and why is he still here into his 6th year. But I think also you have to be looking at Lindy Ruff. I mean, he's had this team now for over 100 games. Mm-hmm. Why is Owen Power regressing? Why is Bo Byram regressing? These are 2 young defensemen who should be playing much better than they are. Why is this team regressing? I mean, Lindy Ruff stood at the podium at the end of last year and was extremely upset of how he failed. He said he overestimated some of the guys on this team. He felt he failed the fans. And, he had a lot to do with how this team was built this year. Yeah, I mean, some of the guys that he wanted, they got to make them, quote, harder to play against and to make them harder to score on and to improve the goals against. Well, they're still at the bottom of the league in goals against, and they're still in the bottom of the league in the standings. So what has changed this year? I mean, you had all off season to do that, and Lindy Ruff had a lot of say in who was going to be on the team this year and who he wanted on the team to make them better. But again, here they are. They can't figure out a goaltender. They don't stay with a guy long enough to see if he can be a number one goaltender. So you have, again, 3 goalies. Who's your number one? I don't know. Good question. Who is the number one? Who has even gotten the opportunity to be the number one? Nobody, because as soon as one of them has a bad game, they're out of the net for 3 weeks, and they're on to the next guy. And nobody gets a chance to – why don't they just pick one? Whoever. Pick one and say, you are the goaltender for the next 25 games.
It sure looks like – doesn't it look like they've picked Luukkonen to be that? He's just, of course, not up to it.
But – I mean, but again, he wouldn't have played today anyway because they're not going to go back to back. But pick one that you're in net. You are going to be like the number one goaltender. We're not going to be going, all right, next game's Lyon, and the next game is Ellis, and Ellis will get 2, but then he won't go well, and then we'll go back to Luukkonen, and then he'll get 2, and then he won't go well. I mean, Luukkonen's numbers going into last night's game were pretty good for like the last 6 games. But again, pick somebody. You can't. None of these 3 goaltenders are going to grab the bull by the horns when you're playing them, and then they have it in the back of their heads. Well, if this doesn't go well, I'm not going to get to play the next game. Just make one of them your number one goaltender, and let him be the number one goaltender for at least 25 games. And just because he has one bad game doesn't mean that you're on to the next guy. And now you're going to sit for 2 weeks. That's not how you handle your number one goaltender. To me, that's on the coach. That's not on the general manager. It's on the general manager that we're dealing with 3 goaltenders. But it's on the coach that none of them have been given the opportunity to be the number one goaltender. Just pick one and make him I don't care who, just make him your number one goaltender for the time being and see if he's up to it.
Paul Hamilton joining us here. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, take care.
Sabres in Edmonton tonight. Quick turnaround. Howard's going to pick the Bills when we return. You know, the $1 million question with the Sabres is, I've got like a snark cannon comment ready. Do I want to go snark? How far?
Yeah, go snark.
Okay, go snark cannon?
Go for it.
You know, what does Eric Stahl think about this, and what unique perspective can he bring to it?
I wasn't prepared for that much snark.
Remember Kevin Adams' press conference?
Reminding me that Eric Stahl is working in the front office.
That's fine. That's fine. I just remember one of the Kevin Adams' greatest moments from the previous press conference. Like, you should have heard what Eric Stahl just said to me. Like, he talked about it in a meeting. He said something so profound. Maybe he did. We don't get in those meetings. Anyway.
I'm excited about 0506 reunion night.
Edmonton tonight. The Sabres play Edmonton, and Nashville...
That's not tonight, by the way. No, that's next month. They would have it in Edmonton.
Nashville hosts Colorado.
Nashville hosts Colorado?
Yep.
Are we doing the bottom of the standings?
I'm just saying. Nashville's in last. If they were to win and you were to lose, they would, hey. All right. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR.
I just feel like there's nothing left to say or do other than
fire the GM. The GM's got to be fired.
I kind of feel like the fan base is stuck in we're just waiting for that to happen, and until that happens, like, all right, here the games come and go.
Yeah. I mean, like
that's the current state of the team. Everyone's just waiting for the GM to get fired. And we don't know if we're going to be waiting a month, a week, or a year, or 3 years.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, credit anyone that can still kind of rant about it. Like, Owen, you had a good one after the Flyer game.
Yes.
Like, hey, credit to anybody that can still have a rant about it until they probably fire their GM. What? I mean, and then will it just be Jarmo Kekalainen? Will there be anybody hired? I've told you before
that it feels like they already made their GM hire
Kekalainen
by hiring him.
All right. Well,
who would be their first GM brought in with previous experience in like 45 years?
And will it be really different? Do you think people will? People think
I will hope. I will. I'm not sure it'll be different. I will definitely talk myself into it'll be different. I know I will talk myself into it'll be different because he's done the job before and he's been aggressive with trades and with hirings and he's fired people in season. We brought up the Tortorella example. He fired a coach 8 games into a year.
Who's he going to hire as his coach?
Tortorella. He's hired him before. I don't know. Like anything that is different. Anything that is, oh, this person was qualified to work as the general manager. Okay, yeah, let me see what that looks like. Because I haven't really had that in a long time. Long time.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely like a passivity to what they've done. Like the 3 goalie thing is just the latest. Every couple of years you get a new example of why aren't you just doing something about this? Bo Byram on the team is a great example of this. Remember, we went to this offseason, they're going to trade Byram. They said, like, you know what? Actually, instead, we'll just sign him for 2 years to money. Like, there's never any real plan. Like Owen kind of said, like, they'll do the easy thing. The hard thing is to trade him, I guess, because they didn't like the value they would get. Why don't you like the value you'd get? Is it because the league doesn't think he's all that good? He's not a true number one as much as he might want to be? Like, I'm not here to go after Byram specifically, but here's you should do a thing, and they didn't do the thing. They decided to do something else. And here's 3 goalies. You probably somewhere along the way should trade for a goalie, do something. Waive UPL. Waive him. What's going to happen?
Probably nothing.
Not going to get claimed, going to go to Rochester. Your 3 goalie situation is solved. Is it not solved?
I would bet Edmonton claimed him.
Good.
If they did.
Sounds actually isn't that a great idea?
It's great. I mean,
claim him.
Anything's a great idea.
Right.
Anything's a great idea at this point with them because not one of them has played well enough to earn that they have to keep him. Lyon's been in the doghouse since he had his great start. Luukkonen is Luukkonen. We all know what that is. And Ellis, do we think we're getting
I have no
games
idea.
out of that kid?
Like
I don't think he's ready.
It's
and what are you going to do?
Well, even if he is ready, if you think he is something that is worth developing into a consistent NHL level goaltender, the environment you have presently set up for him is not the way to get it out of him.
You're butchering him if you are trying to really make him into something, or you're just holding on to him because you're scared Luukkonen's going to blow a hip out again. And that's because you're scared to do something more significant. It's all so...
The Sabres fall to the Flames by a score of 7-4.
But they've turned the puck over, and Backlund's got an empty net. He is not going to miss.
They're now 2-9-2 on the road this season. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott did give an injury update yesterday. Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown are all improving, and McDermott says they will see how they get through the week. Cole Bishop left the game against the Bengals due to cramping, and McDermott says he should be okay. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday from Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night, 22-19. In other news, T. Higgins is now in concussion protocol following the game against the Bills. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Colts will bring in quarterback Phillip Rivers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The backfield flanking Jackson. He stays in the block. Jackson fires, and that will be intercepted in the end zone by Johnson. Taron Johnson. And only Jackson can stop him now. Too late to the end zone. Touchdown.
All-time favorite defensive touchdowns. Talking about it, we've got one of the oldest Bills fans here, Howard Simon.
You got to give me a heads up on this stuff.
It's been a while since I hit you with an old joke.
Yeah.
These guys get me.
No, you're right.
These guys get me. I'm old all the time to these guys now.
He's talking about arcade games the other day that no one's ever heard of. Paperboy.
You've never heard of Paperboy?
Paperboy.
What's Paperboy?
What's an arcade?
You're too old for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, now I'm going to spend the rest of the day thinking about all-time defensive
favorite.
Well,
doesn't have to be the best. Just your favorite.
Your favorite.
Taron's my favorite.
Taron Johnson.
The Bills had a pick six in the AFC Championship against Denver, but it was not the Taron Johnson's my.
Similarly,
I thought of that when Benford is running the ball back the other night. That play popped into my head.
And
both
you know what?
The Bailey play too. Those are both playoff games where there was no points being scored.
It was the only touchdown the Bills got that day.
Yeah, Bailey scored when it was 0-0, and when did Johnson score? It was 10-3.
Yeah.
Bailey's wasn't a big run back, I don't think.
No, it was like 20 yards. Yeah.
Man, that's a good question. That was a pretty cool play the other day.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff flying out of my mouth at that point.
You know, one thing I find during the games, I say this all the time, like during the games, I think they're going to win pretty much all the time until the win percentage really drops below like 10. I thought they would win the whole time until the Gesicki touchdown. I'm like, wow, actually they might lose.
Yeah.
Same thing in like Miami and Atlanta. I'm always thinking Josh will find a way, and when he doesn't, I'm genuinely stunned. During that game, 21-11, multiple people wrote that game is over. I saw our colleague Nate Geary said that's game multiple times maybe. And the number of people that wrote in just like, this team is actually bad about the Bills. Like you've got Bills fans that today are probably feeling pretty good, but like, I don't know, these group chats, you're all out there in group chats. You got half of your group chat saying like, this team is washed, this team is bad. And then Josh lifts them to victory, and now it's like, all right, go win the Super Bowl.
At what point? What was the lowest win probability for the Bills during that game? Do you guys know?
I think it got down to 8%.
Because against Baltimore, wasn't it like 1%?
It was lower. Yeah, it was lower than that.
Yeah, I didn't. It's funny. I'm not sure that I had a moment where I thought they were actually going to lose the game. I don't. There's no way to explain it. I just thought I knew the offense, the way they were playing in the second half, they were going to score. I don't know. I think the Epinesa interception is when I thought, okay, they're going to win the game. Like The Benford one really turned it around, obviously, but then you get an interception on the very next snap and go down and score. I was never really worried, even though they were down 28-18 with like little less than 9 minutes to go. I still thought they were actually going to win the game. Just figured the defense will do something, and the offense will continue to score.
I mean, they have performed better in second halves all year.
Yep.
This game, it wasn't by like forcing 3-and-outs or stopping, but they got the turnovers. It's failed drives, right? Like you got 2 drives where they didn't score on you.
I didn't check the new numbers, but the points differential first half to second half is ridiculous for this team.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Second half team.
Yeah. The defense usually comes out, has their issues in the first half. They correct themselves, and then they make just a handful of plays in the second half while the offense gets their act going, and they win. So, yeah, I wasn't but anyway, it's big win. Had to have it.
We're getting close to, I don't think the ESPN playoff machine up? It is. Oh.
I can have you pick some of those AFC games.
I was going to say, the ESPN playoff machine is a little different than the New York Times playoff machine. That's just pick one team. ESPN is pick all the games and see where the seeds fall.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. We got 5 full weeks left. I don't think we're going to do it yet. We won't do it yet.
We have 3 full weeks left, don't we? 4.
4 full weeks.
All right,
4
4. Sorry. Week 14 just finished up. 4 full weeks left.
Yeah.
Want to just pick the AFC games?
You want to very quickly?
I'll just pick some. He'll pick the Bills. While we're doing that, I'll just quickly toggle some wins and losses.
All right.
Actually, you know what you can do? You can go win percentage, offensive rank, defensive rank. What do you want to do here? All the favorites win, all the best offenses win, all the best defenses win.
The only thing about having the favorites win is Indianapolis right now is 8-5, and that's not an 8-5 football team anymore.
That might be
They might not win another game.
All right, we'll go
Unless
win
Phillip
percentage.
Rivers.
We'll go win percentage, and I'll give them all losses. How's that?
All right.
Phillip Rivers, if he comes back, last game was against
the Bills.
Yes.
Playoff game.
Did you see the Hall of Fame thing with him?
Yeah,
that he will reset it.
It will only if he's on the active roster. He can be on the practice squad and play off the practice squad and still be eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Interesting.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Did you see my prediction about Phillip Rivers and the Colts? My prediction is that Tom Brady today will tweet about whether or not he should play for the Colts.
Yes.
I saw that.
We'll see if that happens. All right, let's have Howard pick the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
Right now, guys, I'm going to go down and put on my Howard Picks the Bills t-shirt.
Limited number available. Order now.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
Their skill position players do scare me. I do think the Bills are going to have to get at least 30 points to win this game.
All right, will they?
Yes.
Bills win.
I will take the Bills.
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
All right, Howard's here to pick the Bills. How about T. Higgins in concussion protocol?
Man, come on. I mean, it reminded me a little bit of the game where Tua got knocked out, went in at halftime, and came back to start the third quarter.
But I'm not sure Tua went to the sidelines like, are you guys sure I'm not concussed
the report,
like Higgins did?
You see that? The report is he asked to be checked again.
What are we doing?
The second a player does that, he should be pulled from the game.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
How do you... Oh, my God. That's disgusting.
It's a bad job.
All right, we've clicked all the AFC and NFC, the other games. I'm going to go back in and repick the Bills because Howard's going to supersede the ESPN playoff machine. Bills, Patriots.
All right. So, a couple things. I liked your numbers this morning. Maybe do a little research. Your Milton Williams stat about the run defense. So, first 9 games of the season, only 2 teams, not an individual running back, only 2 teams reached 100 yards rushing against the Patriots. 2 in the first 9 games. In the last 4 games, every single team has gone over 100 yards rushing. I said this last night on the TV show. I think James Cook is going to have a big day Sunday. I really do. First game, nothing. 15 for 49. I think he has a big day. Their run defense is not as good. I was looking at Diggs' numbers. Diggs' numbers have plummeted. The Bills game was his season high. If you look at Diggs' game log, 5 of his last 6 games, he's had under 50 yards receiving. He's been in the teens. He's been in the 20s. The one big game he had was against the Jets. So throw that out. It doesn't count. The Jets aren't a football team.
The Jets aren't a football team.
No, they're not. The red zone, big problem. Red zone defense, dead last. Now, teams don't get in the red zone that often against New England, but when they get in, they score.
Okay.
So I tell you what, boys, I'm going to make this one a Bills victory. Josh Allen goes into MVP mode. James Cook has a big day. The defense does what the defense does. Just enough stops to allow the offense to win the football game.
All right. Win. Bills win. Week 16.
Well, you can't stop Shedeur Sanders now.
Bills at Browns.
I'll take the Bills.
Bills.
I still want to see you go to that game.
No. No way.
You're not a real fan.
Week 17.
What if it's like, what if it's like a balmy 30 degrees?
Actually, no, he's a road jinx.
That's true.
He can't go to the game.
That is true.
They're going to lose to the Browns.
I saw them on
go
the
end that jinx right now against the Browns.
What was your jinxiest road game? You saw the Browns game.
I've seen them lose in
Arizona
in 3 countries.
Well, technically, you didn't see
London.
them lose.
That's right. Well, you left early.
I saw them lose in Toronto.
Yeah. Have you actually seen them lose if you left before they actually lost the game at the end?
I've seen them win. I saw them win in Miami.
You were in Arizona for a loss, right? Trent Edwards got hurt?
Yes, when he got concussed. Yeah. I was at that game.
It's my boy.
You were at that game, too?
Yeah, it's great. It was great. Let me tell you.
All right, yeah, don't go to
Let me tell you, going to a game and it's over 7 minutes in. It's a good time. 3,000 miles from home. Probably not 3,000 miles, whatever. London's even farther. All right. That game was worse. All right. Bills, Eagles. Did you watch last night's game at all, or were you asleep?
I watched the first half. Woof. Jalen Hurts.
The last 2 primetime games were 4 quarterbacks under relentless siege.
Yeah. Well, that's been happening all season for them.
They pressured him on 70% of his dropbacks.
Yeah, without Jalen Carter playing too, by the way. The Eagles offense. I follow a lot of the Eagles media. I mean, what they're saying about Jalen Hurts is terrible. Crazy.
Yep.
Like they're talking about how you can't pass the ball with Jalen Hurts as your quarterback.
I think that's right.
That's how. But I'm saying, like Saquon Barkley should run 40 times against the Bills. I will take the Bills to win that game. Go ahead.
Did that game at all last night? Granted, I don't think the Eagles' offense is good, but the Eagles' games are all ugly, nasty, physical. When they come here, it could be a battle.
Yeah. Conversely,
I think the Bills will win. But, I mean, I think
when
we're
you
talking,
watch them play.
I know. I think we're talking like 16-10.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Ooh, that'd be ugly. When you watch them play, they just don't look. Hurts doesn't look right. The offense doesn't look right. They're talking about. It reminds people a little bit of, what was it, 2 years ago? They beat the Bills in that crazy overtime game and then right in the tank.
Right.
Anyway, I'll take the Bills.
This is all karma for the tush push. You ruined the sport. Now you're going to pay for it. All right. Bills win. Week 18. Bills and Jets.
I will take the Bills to win that game.
Now, I've clicked the other games and went on win percentage in every other game except I switched one.
Okay.
I switched one. I switched Texans-Chargers. On win percentage, the Chargers are picked to win this game. No, I don't know how Justin Herbert survives that game.
Oh, my gosh. That pass rush,
against that offensive line. So I clicked Texans beat the Chargers. Here is your playoff bracket. You tell me that there's a better one than this for the Bills. I think this is, we're all talking about like how it would fall out.
Yeah.
The Bills would be the 5. They don't win the division because the Patriots would beat the Jets and the Dolphins.
Right, they have to lose one of those games. Right.
So Bills go to Pittsburgh. Love it.
Take it.
Love it. Your other matchups are Chargers going to New England. I think New England wins that game.
Probably.
Right? Yeah. The other matchup is Houston at Jacksonville. Oof. Now, I think that might be good for the Bills because Houston and Jacksonville, I think, both have really good defenses. Mm-hmm. And the Jags' defensive line is very good.
The Jags are like the only offense all year also that did they not go nuts on Houston? What did they score?
I think they did.
Yeah, they lost to Houston. They scored 29 against the Texans, which is about as good as anyone's done.
Okay. So Jags-Texans. In that scenario, if the Texans win, they go to Denver. And if the Jags win, you go to Jacksonville.
Okay.
That's fine.
Right?
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, is there a team you wouldn't be scared of the Bills playing anybody? I get that. But is there a team you'd say, bad matchup, stay away from them?
I mean, a lot of people would say that about Houston, but their offense is not scary to me at all. What I would think about for the Bills, the scariest matchup is who plays great defense and runs well. Although the run has never beaten the Bills.
But there's no team like that.
There's not really.
Yeah.
There's not a team like that. It was Indy maybe for a moment, but now that's over.
I would also say, though, I think the Bills could lose to, this is what's weird. The last couple of years, we've thought there's really only one, maybe 2 teams that could knock them out of the playoffs. While I might like their chances better than years past, I think there might be 3 or 4 that could knock them out.
Oh, they could lose to just almost any, except Pittsburgh. I just can't see them losing to the
agree.
Steelers.
I think they could lose to Houston. I think they could lose to Denver. I think they could lose to New England.
Jacksonville.
I think they could lose to Jacksonville.
Not that Chargers.
I don't know, man. If there's no pass rush, they could lose to the Chargers. If they have any pass rush, I mean, Herbert is running for his life. So it's kind of weird because I feel like I like the Bills' chances more than most years, but also there are more teams that could beat them because the AFC is kind of,
Right.
You think the Chiefs are making the playoffs?
No.
They'll run the table, won't they? No, you don't think they'll run the
If
table?
they do, it's still a coin flip.
It's still 10-7, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. They could run it
Yeah.
and still not get in.
We had 54% earlier if they win the rest. Actually, wait, that might be good. That was yesterday. Maybe it's lower than that now.
Running the table means beating Denver.
Yeah.
And that's tough for them. They would also have to beat the Chargers this week, which they lost to them earlier in the season, and I think the Chiefs are going the wrong direction. So, I don't know. They're not dead and buried yet, but I think they will miss. I'm ready to pick it.
It just seems like there's so many teams. Who do they slide past? They have to get ahead of the Chargers.
They have to get above
They
the
have to
Chargers.
beat out the second-place team in the AFC South.
Right. To me, that's it. It's the Chargers are the team that is most likely to come out. The Chargers' schedule is also
Casey plays the Chargers.
unbelievably hard.
Casey plays the Chargers next, right?
Yes. The Chargers play the Chiefs. If they win, they eliminate the Chiefs. Then the Chargers play the Cowboys, Texans, and Broncos.
Wow.
You're right. Like, that's the team that has to come out for someone else to go in.
Yeah, so Kansas City could jump past the Chargers.
Yep.
And then it would be the second-place team in the East, Kansas City, and the second-place team in the South. They are 3 wild cards.
Mm-hmm.
But this is how hard it is for them. They could run the table. They run the table. They beat the Chargers.
Then they go to Tennessee.
Chargers beat Denver and Dallas. They can lose to Houston. They still make it.
Well, Tennessee, they go to Denver's there, right. If they beat the Chargers, they
That's
go to
why
Tennessee, they're home for Denver, and then they play at the Raiders.
The Chiefs
close
have
the
to
season.
win out, and they need a lot of help.
Yeah.
They might get it because of the schedule, but
Well, the league will send a memo out to have all the other games
Right.
fixed.
One spot they're going to get help is the Colts being dead.
Yeah.
The Colts, before the Daniel Jones injury, might have been dead. You know their finishing schedule?
Looking at it
I know,
right now.
I know who they
Go
play
ahead.
in Week 18, only because
Seahawks, Niners, Texans. I saw it might have been Ian Hart.
Jags.
Ian Hart had said putting Phillip Rivers behind that line in Houston or whatever against the Texans should get you arrested.
25 to life, I believe.
Yes,
right?
yes,
25
I
to
saw
life.
that tweet, yeah. I'm trying to find the most damaging, like for the Chiefs, if they run the table, what's the most damaging game for them?
it's got to be a Chargers game beating.
It is. It's like Chargers Cowboys. It's a couple Chargers games. All right.
All right, fellas. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Should be.
What else is new? Anything?
Patriots week.
No.
He's not wearing his Mets hat today.
Yeah, well, I
think he
needed my
did that on
winter.
purpose,
I
'cause we
wore
kept
the
bringing
winter
it up.
hat outside, so I didn't want to wear the Mets.
So you need a winter Mets hat.
I do. What
You
do you
don't
want
have
for
one?
What do you want for Christmas this year? Why don't you just tell me now?
Vending machine's not working.
Well, how am I supposed to get you a gift?
I know, the vending machine's not working. I'm just
I'll
telling
go
you.
over to the
Keep it creative.
7-Eleven. I'll grab something for you. Joe, are you keeping up the fine tradition? You have to get him something out of the vending machine that's working again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get each other nice gifts.
Do you?
I don't know.
I don't carry cash, so vending machine's tough for me.
Put a card in.
The thing never works.
Like I just said, it's not working right now.
I'll get it fixed.
What else? Any other business?
Yeah, I get him gifts like Gene Steratore personalized messages.
True, that did happen.
Yeah. Wishing him a happy birthday.
I should get you
From the
I know
rules
perfect-
analyst community.
I know the perfect gift to get you for Christmas. I can't pull it off, but it's the perfect gift. I would get you a game in a booth with a rules analyst sitting next to the guy while the NFL game is
shadowing?
going on.
He'll shadow
Yes,
rules
a day
analyst?
with an NFL rules analyst.
I think
a day
they-
with Gene Steratore.
I think they do that from their house, though.
I thought they're
Gene Steratore's at his house.
I thought
right?
Fox has their guys every now and then. They would used to show Pereira or somebody
Pereira
on
is
site.
yeah, he's off somewhere. I don't
That's
know
right.
where
They're probably
he is.
in the or in New York. They got to look at all the games.
Yeah.
But if I could find a day with a rules analyst for you, that's what I'll get you.
Who would you want to do it with? Pereira?
Well, he loves all those guys.
Gene?
Yeah, they're all amazing. They're all my favorites.
They're integral portions of the broadcast.
Do you want to come back on like a couple times a week so we can talk about the next Sabres tank?
Can I pass on that?
Okay, just thought I'd ask. All right.
It's not going that swimmingly,
It's not.
is it?
No, it's not. It's not going well.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I am. I'm not being a jerk. I am sorry to hear that. I feel bad. Go to break.
All right. Credit anyone that can still kind of rant about it. Like, Owen, you had a good one after the Flyer game.
Yes.
Like, hey, credit to anybody that can still have a rant about it until they probably fire their GM. What? I mean, and then will it just be Jarmo Kekalainen? Will there be anybody hired? I've told you before
that it feels like they already made their GM hire.
Kekalainen.
By qualified to work as the general manager. Okay, yeah, let me see what that looks like. Because I haven't really had that in a long time. Long time.
Yeah. All right, Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joining us at the top of the hour here as we recap last night's loss. They play Edmonton tonight and, see if they can do something good. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. It is Tuesday, December 9th, and the Sabres play Edmonton. What else is going on? What's the Thursday game this week?
Falcons and Bucks. I think what else is going on right now is that Notre Dame is like lashing out at everybody in the media.
All right,
and
so
it's very annoying if you hate Notre Dame, and it's also like
hand up, a question about Notre Dame. I'm most shocked of all that the coach allowed them to skip a game.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes sense to me is if that's happening because he's leaving. I'm not saying he's leaving.
Well, there are reports or rumors that he was in New York last week and that the Giants want him.
Did you know what he did in New York? He was on Good Morning America or the Today Show. He was on the Today Show.
Okay.
At least the Today Show, Marcus Freeman. I cannot believe Notre Dame players don't want to play another game one more time.
I mean, what's the game? They want to play the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
Sure. Let's go beat somebody. Let's go prove that we got hosed. Your coach says, like, nah, that's fine. I can't believe they're not going to play.
Although
I think it's massive loser energy from them.
I wonder, was it the coach that decided it or was it the program above him? Does the AD say? Although, to be fair, if the coach wants to play and they tell him, hey, you're not playing, that's something that could drive a guy out of there.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It's just incredible to think that you're above it.
Well, to be fair, a lot of teams, like the bowl system is going to crash in the next year.
Good.
Like everybody's withdrawing from bowl games. Like Iowa State, Iowa State said they're not playing a bowl game this year. I think Iowa said they're not playing a bowl game this year. It's 10 teams. There's 10 teams are saying no. Yeah, like they had to get I forget which bowl it was. Some bowl had to they invited 6 teams and got told no by all of them, so they invited like a 5-win Appalachian State team to come play. Like bowl games are about to go away.
My unpopular opinion was I thought 30 bowl games was good because teams like watching their team or fans like watching their teams play.
Yeah.
Hey, UB's in whatever bowl. They're playing Thursday. Like, okay, cool, I'm going to watch. I hope they win.
I saw someone propose that they should move bowl games to the beginning of the following season. The first game of the following season are going to be bowl games. Because that way you actually... Because I think the transfer portal is why they're not doing it.
Right.
None of these players want to play in it because they're done with that team. I don't need to risk an injury in the Tax Slayer Bowl because I'm actually leaving this team and I'm going to go play for Georgia next year. And Georgia's not going to want me to get injured in the Tax Slayer Bowl. And then I'm going to cost myself $2 million because I played in a meaningless football game.
The bottom line for me is like college football, the playoff has ruined the sport. It really
no, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
It's replaced bowl games, which were always meaningless.
It's ruined the sport. They're not meaningless. They had meaning. It was okay to go out and just win a game.
But not real meaning.
What has happened to college football is the same thing that's happened to every other sport, which is rings or you suck. If you don't win the ring, it's not worth anything. No one has any value. You can't be a great player, and if you don't have a ring, well, sorry, you're not on my GOAT rankings. And everyone's got to GOAT rank everything. How about you just go play a game and try to win? Because, you're Fresno State. Who cares? Go play a game. All due respect to Fresno State. All right.
Lindy
Ruff coming up. Last night on the broadcast, they showed the NFC standings, and I was looking at the AFC standings and the NFC standings, and, the NFC, Troy Aikman said last night, I think the balance of power has shifted to the NFC. Last couple of years, it's been the AFC is much better, and the balance of power has shifted, and I think the NFC is better this year, which I think most would agree with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I don't know. I don't think it's some blowout. But sure, I think that most might agree.
I think it might be a blowout. Well, the AFC, I looked at the same thing, maybe that same graphic. The list of teams in the AFC, like I know some of these teams are better than they were at the beginning of the year, but it's just the list of them is like it just looks like a joke. The Steelers, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Chargers are the top 5.
Right.
Like all of those teams get mocked in recent years. New England's not doing it because they've won 1 million games this year, and that's a quarterback that's done that. But no one thinks Pittsburgh is good. I don't think a lot of people actually think Jacksonville is that good. Maybe we have to start adjusting. I mean, you just made a good case for why the Chargers aren't probably going to do anything severely in the playoffs.
I think they're good, but they might have a fatal flaw. Their defense is very good.
Whereas, I look at the NFC, and I think almost any one of those teams could win the Super Bowl. I just feel like there's nothing left to say or do other than
fire the GM. The GM's got to be fired.
I kind of feel like the fan base is stuck in we're just waiting for that to happen, and until that happens, like, all right, here the games come and go.
Yeah. I mean, like
that's the current state of the team. Everyone's just waiting for the GM to get fired. And we don't know if we're going to be waiting a month, a week, or a year, or 3 years.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, credit anyone that can still kind of rant about it. Like, and you had a good one after the Flyer game.
Yes.
Like, hey, credit to anybody that can still have a rant about it until they probably fire their GM. What? I mean, and then will it just be Jarmo Kekalainen? Will there be anybody hired? I've told you before
that it feels like they already made their GM hire.
Kekalainen.
By hiring him.
All right. Well,
who would be their first GM brought in with previous experience in like 45 years.
And will it be really different? Do you think people think...
I will hope. I will. I'm not sure it'll be different. I will definitely talk myself into it. It'll be different. I know I will talk myself into it'll be different. Because he's done the job before, and he's been aggressive with trades and with hirings, and he's fired people in season. We brought up the Tortorella example. He fired a coach 8 games into a year.
Who's he going to hire as his coach?
Tortorella. He's hired him before. I don't know. Like, anything that is different. Anything that is, this person was qualified to work as the general manager. Okay, yeah, let me see what that looks like. Because I haven't really had that in a long time. Long time.
Yeah.
The Sabres fall to the Flames by a score of 7-4.
But they've turned the puck over, and Backlund's got an empty net. He is not going to miss.
They're now 2-9-2 on the road this season. It's a quick turnaround as they're back in action tonight in Edmonton, taking on the Oilers with puck drop set for 9 o'clock. All of your game action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. No practice for the Bills today. Head coach Sean McDermott did give an injury update yesterday. Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Joshua Palmer, and Spencer Brown are all improving, and McDermott says they will see how they get through the week. Cole Bishop left the game against the Bengals due to cramping, and McDermott says he should be okay. We'll get an updated injury report from practice tomorrow as the Bills gear up for their matchup with the Patriots coming up this Sunday from Foxborough with a 1 o'clock kickoff. Around the NFL, the Chargers outlast the Eagles last night, 22-19. In other news, T. Higgins is now in concussion protocol following the game against the Bills. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Colts will bring in quarterback Phillip Rivers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Thanks for joining us here on WGR. Happy Tuesday. Sabres lost last night in Calgary. They're right back to it tonight to play the Edmonton Oilers. And joining us on the Western Hotline, Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, who is up bright and early. We appreciate you getting up a little early for us, Lindy, on this road trip. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Not too bad. So, Lindy, last night's game, post-game, you had some of your high-profile players seemingly upset and frustrated and talk about the play of the game itself. And we also have a clip of Calgary broadcasters. Their view of the team was that the team's, if I can use their quotes, give a crap meter was turned off. It seems like harsh words regarding last night's performance. I wonder how you felt about it.
Well, I thought there was a lot of good things we did in the game. If you look at some of the opportunities we created and some of the goals we scored, the one goal were almost at least a minute in the zone, in the Calgary zone before we put it in. What hurt us again, though, inside the game, I mean, we had a disallowed goal on a really good rush play where Greenway was offside. We took a couple penalties that put us in a 5-on-3 situation. We had, Darlene was what I felt was hooked down in the 4-on-4 and gave up a goal. Probably the biggest thing that hurt us was our puck play. I thought we kept fighting back in the game. Down by a couple, we closed it within one. We down by a couple, we closed within one. We got the late power play and scored. And then when you look at the 6-on-5, we turned the puck over in the neutral zone with a couple minutes left, and that was probably the play that didn't give us a chance to get at least a tie in the game.
Lindy Ruff with us. Lindy, the compete level on a night-to-night basis, are you feeling like you are getting that from this group the way you want it?
We talked a lot about the compete from the top of the circles down because we haven't been scoring goals. I think there's a little frustration with the players with, pucks not going in. We've talked about being harder around the blue paint. I think we got to a new level there last night where finally we got rewarded for being around the net. I think drawing that penalty near the end of the game where we're in the paint was a big step. I thought we created some great opportunities from their turnovers. We scored a couple nice goals. The Darlene goal was a great goal. But there is another level that when things aren't going well for you, you got to get to, and I don't think we're quite there yet.
The team has now given up the most goals in the Eastern Conference this year, Lindy, and that was a stated goal of this team to be better at before the year. Is what you're kind of referencing here another level, a big part of that, or are you also at a place where you're wanting more from your goaltenders?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think that we needed a big save off of a couple of tough plays we made. I think when you look at the turnovers that we had in the Winnipeg game, that really hurt us. The puck play at the blue line where we give up a 2-0. Those are the type of plays that lead you as a team, especially when you're on the road. And we had played a heck of a first period, didn't get rewarded for it. We missed a lot of chances. but you can't hand another team those type of opportunities in return for playing well. You look at another goal inside the Winnipeg game, and if you want to go back to the Philly game, what got Philly started was us turning the puck over. For me, it's the puck management part has to be better at key times of the game, and these last couple of games we failed that test.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on the Wester Hotline after a loss to Calgary. They're in Edmonton tonight. Lindy made comments about Noah Ostlund being sent down, and it's the direct result of three goalies. Is that, you mentioned the numbers game? Is it really just three goalies prohibit you from having Ostlund, who it sounds like you had positive reviews of how he's played, and yet he's got to go down?
Yeah, I thought, you're looking at a young guy that's getting his career started, and I thought the look we had at him last year, he was at a level. I think the look when we brought him this year, he's at another level. He really got comfortable with the puck. I thought he started making a lot of good plays. We didn't convert on a lot of the plays. Some of the goals we converted on, but inside the game, I thought he was in on a lot of good plays offensively. I thought defensively, his play inside our zone was good. I think that's an improved area since he came up at the end of last year. It looks like we're going to have Zucker out tonight, so we're going to have to bring somebody back. But it is a little bit of the product of three goalies being here that he had to get sent down.
With regard to that three goalie problem, three goalie situation, is it something that you feel like if you're having to send a player down when you maybe shouldn't, is it the kind of situation that you would maybe hope to find a solution to soon?
I think that it's been a situation that I've said it's not comfortable for the goalies, and it's not comfortable for where we're at, and part of that was based on whether UPL was going to make it through with the injury he had, and we wanted to see how that went. You can see other teams around the league at the same time have had the same situation. There's probably 4 or 5 teams dealing with three goalies, so now it's a little bit more common. But at the same time, what we're talking about, where he takes a roster spot for a player that could still be here, you just have to work your way through that.
Tage moving back and forth, playing a little bit more at center. When he is at center, Lindy, because you just look at the lineup on paper, because Norris is obviously there and so is McLeod. Ostlund playing on the wing, is that something that you think he is capable of? Because he was playing more down the middle when you were dealing with your injuries.
Yeah, I think you made a good point, and that's part of the Ostlund thing too. Is when I moved Tage back, I think Tage. There are times where he skates a lot better when he's in the middle of the ice, but then all of a sudden you've got Norris and you've got McLeod, and then you've got Krebs and Kozak, and at the center position that's 5 already. So somebody has to go over. And even last night we played Kozak at the wing, which a lot of teams that's pretty common. And the reason that Tage was over on the wing is, we wanted to see if there'd be a connection between him and Norris that would allow, another centerman inside the game. So it's always better to have a centerman that can move to the wing, because there's wingers that can't move into the middle. So that's a good problem to have.
Follow up, by the way, very quick on the Zucker thing. So if he doesn't play tonight, is that a short-term thing, or did something happen?
Something happened inside the game. He missed some time in the second period and came back and played, but the initial view by our crew last night after the game is he will miss some time.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Edmonton tonight, Lindy, so best of luck, and we'll chat next week.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Lindy Ruff. Sabres and Oilers. Looking at the NHL standings, one quick thing I mentioned, the Sabres play Edmonton tonight, and Colorado plays Nashville. Nashville is in last place. One kind of amazing stat on what's happening in the NHL this year. Nashville, 24 points. If they win, they would match the Sabres 26, and they would also match their regulation wins. But Colorado, so the second highest point total in the NHL this year is 35. I'm sorry, it's 45. That's Dallas, who has Dallas 45, Colorado 48. Nobody else higher than 37. Like, these two teams are far and away the two best teams in the league, Colorado and Dallas. But Colorado, they are 21-2-6, and their power play is 25th in the league.
Really?
Yes.
Which is stunning, too, because with their personnel.
Right. They are a dominant team with no power play.
Huh. I mean, the Sabres are the opposite right now. They are scoring on the power play and not winning hockey games.
Right.
That's not been like the whole season. I don't think they rank very high.
The Sabres net power play, NHL does net power play, includes like shorthanded goals against and all that, but Sabres have the 15th ranked power play. Colorado's 25th.
Yeah.
At 21-2-6.
Generally, especially to get results on the level that Colorado is getting, you got to get one of the two. You have to have a great power play, or you've got to be getting really strong goaltending, and I'm pretty sure Colorado's been through the roof with goaltending this year, to a point where Scott Wedgwood, who was on the Amerks a few years ago, is now on the Team Canada list for the Olympics. So they're getting that, and the Sabres are not. They're not getting goaltending for the 9th year in a row. It's never been maybe their biggest issue. Maybe a lot of times it has been their biggest issue. They've never had the goaltending. They've actually had some teams once in a while, 22, 23, maybe there was an Eichel team or two that actually were good enough roster-wise to make the postseason. They just never get saves. Since Ryan Miller, who's been gone for a decade. And that's the one thing they've never done. No GM.
Gone and signed the guy?
They've been aggressive here and there, not nearly often enough. They've been aggressive here and there with, I'll trade for this defenseman, or I'll trade for this forward, or I'll sign this free agent. They did that with Okposo, right?
Sure.
They'll try that. They've never gone all in on goalie. They've never tried to go acquire or sign a big money goaltender. It's never happened.
Right. They've tried
in 14
Flyers.
years.
They tried Comrie and Carter Hutton,
Craig Anderson,
James Reimer. Right.
It's never the big investment in goalie. And I'm not even saying that's the smartest thing to do in the league, but listen, it's the one thing you haven't tried yet.
Well, let me ask you this.
We talked about this when Hellebuck was maybe available for like a minute a couple years ago.
I would go little scale here. On one hand, this. On one hand, this. If you are choosing where to go and you're a goalie, would you not choose Buffalo because they don't win and I want a chance to win? You could be a forward and say, like, all right, I'm going to go score goals, and I'll be but the goalie, more than any other player, has the wins and losses stick to them.
Yep.
So maybe if you try to go out and sign, I don't know, who are the free agent goalies that have moved in the last 3, 4, 5 years?
This last year, there was none. In fact, Lyon might have been the biggest name that did move.
Was UC Saros ever available here as an idea? Was who's the Detroit guy? They signed a guy. Detroit, Ville Husso.
Okay. They traded for John Gibson this offseason.
Okay, Ville Husso, was that ever an idea that you could have tried? Like, I'm not here to tell you I know who the good goalies are.
Well, I mean, even on a grander scale than that. Like, go trade your first round. They've done it once. They've done it once in the entire drought. Murray did it for Leonard.
Right.
And that was a guy who barely played in the league.
Right.
Well, so you did get your investment there, but you didn't acquire a proven track record. This is a starting goalie in the NHL.
The other side of the scale I was going to ask is there are only 32 nets. You would think
that's right.
The ability just to offer will give you the job.
Correct.
Would do it. And of all the puzzling things they've done, they got so out in front of, we have to sign everybody early. We got to sign guys young, right? Let's save money. This deal's going to be a deal. This contract's going to be a bargain in the future. Everybody says that when you sign a deal way ahead of time. And Samuelson was that, and that now looks better after a couple of years of looking terrible. Luukkonen signing that extension was always like all right, that's really early to do that. All right.
I think one move or consequence, maybe you would say, of being terrible for so long. We talked about this earlier. How the second tear it down to the studs was, well, your guys just didn't want to be here anymore. So Eichel had to go and Reinhart had to go. Ristolainen didn't want to be here either. That might have been a good thing. But everyone went, and a lot of it was because they were just done with it. And what is so rarely mentioned as a critical reason why the last 5 years have not gone the way they wanted to is because they lost Linus Ullmark.
Yep.
And that is almost as important as any of those other players moving. He has been, actually this year he's been terrible, but in the other 4 seasons, he has been as consistently good a goaltender as you find in the National Hockey League. You had him. You had him. He was on your team. And because you were so bad, he wouldn't re-sign here, or a combination with you didn't want to overpay him to stay. And if they had done that, they would have made the playoffs by now. No doubt in my mind. If Ullmark was on this team the last 5 years, I don't know if they would have made it with Eichel. I don't know if they would have made it with Reinhart. I don't know if they would have made it with any other player that was here. If Linus Ullmark was on this team the last 5 years, the drought would be over. And they blew it. They had a guy here.
Yeah. 803-0550. Steve in Buffalo quickly on the Sabres. Hello, Steve.
Hey, guys. I just listened to your interview with Lindy. I find it to be a joke. The guy's sitting there trying to tell us that the guys are playing good and they had the puck in the zone for a minute. This guy's clueless. He needs to put the fire underneath him. It's a terrible team. They're showing no progress, and something's got to change. I mean, do you listen to him? He's calm. He feels like maybe he knows his job is safe because of the Pagula mentality. But you know what? As a fan, I'm tired of excuses. No consistency. We score 7 goals one game. The next game we score 1. Then we get shut out. It's time this guy goes. Maybe they can put him on the Bills practice squad. You know what? We'd like to bring everybody back. Buffalo's got the welcome home. Come on in. Even though you suck, we'll take you back. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Steve. The practice squad. I mean, that's funny.
What do you want him to do?
First off, I think he's coaching the rest of this year and then is going to be done. And,
maybe everybody will be.
Yeah, probably.
The assistant coaches might survive.
Adam Nightingale. How about that as an idea?
For what?
I think that's the guy I want. Or whatever. My brother-in-law, who's the trainer with Ohio State hockey, was talking to me about a hockey coach, a college hockey guy that's getting a lot of buzz. Maybe it's Penn State's coach. Maybe it's Michigan State's coach. Michigan State's Adam Nightingale.
Just preparing everybody. If Jarmo Kekalainen becomes their GM, it could be Tortorella.
Well, if it's John...
this guy would love it. You want to fire? I'm not sure it'll work. Could go horribly wrong. But that'll be fire.
What would horribly wrong look like?
Sorry.
What would it look? Careful.
I'm at a point that has always been my. How many times has John Tortorella come up in the last 14 years as an idea for them?
An awful lot.
1,000 times. And 999 times, I've always thought that's the worst idea you could possibly imagine. They've beaten me to a place where I'm like, screw it. Go ahead. Let's see what it looks like. Let's try it. See what it looks like. Put Tortorella in there. Is he how much different is he than Lindy? Like, he's talking about energy and fire. I don't know. Like, that's what Lindy was supposed to be, was holding guys accountable, and he's having them do push-ups at training camp. I don't know that that's the answer. I just don't actually think they're that talented. That's my problem. I don't think they're that talented. Compete, fire. I think they compete on a nightly basis. I don't think they'd be that good.
803-0550. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody.
I didn't know if I had even that much energy in me on this team. They play Edmonton tonight?
They play Edmonton.
Matt Savoy scored 3 goals in 2 games.
Uh-oh. We're not going to be able to screen grab the stats of the 2 players that were tweeted and hang victory banners. This is how bad it's gotten. I'm coming at Sabres Twitter for claiming victories and trades.
I mean, they got to feel good about something.
Something, right? That's right.
Cousins isn't scoring still. You got that. He scored like 0. I don't think he scored an even strength goal in like a month and a half for Ottawa. And Ottawa's in second last now. I'm not happy about it. I don't care.
About Ottawa?
No, I like winning a Cousins trade if it even happens.
803-0550. My kids are currently obsessed with the Christmas Carol song that's in our house all the time is Dominic the Donkey.
I'm not familiar with this.
No?
Dominic the Donkey?
Oh, you don't know Dominic the Donkey?
I don't.
Oh, let's play when we get back. Dominic the Donkey. We heard it we were at the Christmas tree lighting in the neighborhood. And, there's DJ there playing music, and Dominic the Donkey comes on, and the kids love it. Dancing. It's a good one. I'm going to say it's better than Blue Christmas.
Come on.
Which is your favorite Christmas song.
Blue Christmas. It's a great song. It's a classic.
No. The Italian Christmas donkey is way better. Well, maybe we'll get to that. We'll play it next. We'll play it. And then I don't know what we're going to do. What else are we going to do? What do you guys want to yell about something? What are we mad about? Call us being mad about something. Hey.
We almost got into it on the college football playoff a little bit. I'll just tell you, you might disrespect this a lot. I am way more into college football since the playoff has come back, and I'm attributing it to that.
I'll be into the playoff. It's ruined the season. The season now stinks. The season I now get, hey, here's Ohio State and Michigan. Guess what? The game doesn't count.
No, here's why.
Here's
why
Georgia
I disagree
and
with you.
Alabama. Guess what? The game doesn't count.
Here's why I disagree with you. I watched Tulane play football this past weekend, and there's only one reason for that. It's the playoff impacted it. That's it. That game mattered to me only because of that.
These games
I watched Duke play Virginia. I would have never in a million years watched that, but I wanted to see it because I knew how much it meant to who made the playoffs.
We're also I saw Kirk Herbstreit yesterday say they need 16 teams.
Well, they're doing that.
Oh, okay, great.
That's happening.
Going to 16, great. Why not 24? Why not 38?
That'll be even more fun because now we're going to argue about 3 lost teams.
Oh, very exciting, very exciting. We're going to get Joe Lunardi is going to go bracketology on football now. Which 12 lost team should get in? They can't lose 12 in college football. All right, Dominic the Donkey, and then who knows what else. Yeah, there's definitely like a passivity to what they've done. Like the 3-goalie thing is just the latest. Every couple of years you get a new example of why aren't you just doing something about this? Bo Byram on the team is a great example of this. Remember, we went to this offseason, they're going to trade Byron. They said, like, you know what? Actually, instead, we'll just sign him for 2 years to money. Like, there's never any real plan. Like Owen kind of said, like, they'll do the easy thing. The hard thing is to trade him, I guess, because they didn't like the value they would get. Why don't you like the value you'd get? Is it because the league doesn't think he's all that good? He's not a true number one as much as he might want to be? Like, I'm not here to go after Byron specifically, but here's you should do a thing, and they didn't do the thing. They decided to do something else. And here's 3 goalies. You probably somewhere along the way should trade for a goalie, do something. Waive UPL. Waive them. What's going to happen?
Probably nothing.
Not going to get claimed. Going to go to Rochester. Your 3-goalie situation is solved. Is it not solved?
I would bet Edmonton claimed him.
Good.
If they did.
Isn't that a great idea?
It's great. I mean,
claim him.
Anything's a great idea.
Right.
Anything's a great idea at this point with them because not one of them has played well enough to earn that they have to keep him. Lyon's been in the doghouse since he had his great start. Luukkonen is Luukkonen. We all know what that is. And Ellis, do we think we're getting
I have no
games
idea.
out of that kid? Like I don't think he's ready. And what are you going to do?
Well, even if he is ready, if you think he is something that is worth developing into a consistent NHL-level goaltender, the environment you have presently set up for him is not the way to get it out of him.
You're butchering him if you are trying to really make him into something, or you're just holding on to him because you're scared Luukkonen's going to blow a hip out again. And that's because you're scared to do something more significant. It all comes down from the top.
All right, it's the GM, right.
It all comes down from the top. And it's bled into the play. That's what the rant was the other day for me. Like, the only reason I got that hot was because I felt like the players are finding excuses for themselves because that's what the guy at the top of the organization does.
Yeah, it's a little over. I saw it was about a year anniversary since the palm trees press conference.
Yeah, and like that is it.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that nobody can just say we're not good enough, we need to fix this and do something about it. Some of them will say it. Nothing ever changes. Nobody ever does anything. The GM's still there. The GM hasn't traded really anybody significant in a while here. Peterka, great, but he didn't want to be here. You had to do that. It's all because everybody can just do whatever they need to do and get through it.
Last night on the broadcast, they showed the NFC standings, and I was looking at the AFC standings and the NFC standings, and, you know, the NFC, Troy Aikman said last night, I think the balance of power has shifted to the NFC. Last couple of years, it's been the AFC is much better, and the balance of power has shifted, and I think the NFC is better this year, which I think most would agree with, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to.
I don't know. I don't think it's some blowout, but sure, I think that most might agree.
I think it might be a blowout.
Well,
the AFC, I looked at the same thing, maybe that same graphic. The list of teams in the AFC, like I know some of these teams are better than they were at the beginning of the year, but it's just the list of them is like it just looks like a joke. The Steelers, the Jaguars, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Chargers are the top 5.
Right.
Like all of those teams get mocked in recent years. New England's not doing it because they've won 1 million games this year, and that's a quarterback that's done that. But no one thinks Pittsburgh is good. I don't think a lot of people actually think Jacksonville is that good. Maybe we have to start adjusting. I mean, you just made a good case for why the Chargers aren't probably going to do anything severely in the playoffs.
I think they're good, but they might have a fatal flaw. Their defense is very good.
Whereas, I look at the NFC, and I think almost any one of those teams could win the Super Bowl.
La 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 la. Never heard of it?
No. It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
How old is this?
Ee-aw, ee-aw.
I have definitely never heard this.
It's great.
1960.
La 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 la. La la la. Yeah, Dominic the Donkey. Underrated Christmas song.
Dominic the Donkey, who helped Santa Claus bring presents to children in Italy due to the reindeer, despite their flight being unable to climb the mountainous terrain.
That makes sense.
Why wouldn't they just fly to the top of the mountainous terrain?
You need a place to land. If there's no flat land, you can't land.
Right.
You got to go up the,
That makes sense, yeah. You don't think about that enough, the landing spots for the reindeer. It's probably tough to find a good parking for that sleigh.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
So thus, of course, we needed to create Dominic the Donkey.
Let's put up some Christmas lights yesterday.
Just yesterday. It's December 8th.
I'm busy, man. I'm trying. I'm looking for time. But I put them up yesterday. I know I wish I had done it weeks ago.
You got to get the lights that we have where they stay up all year long and you just go into the app and change the colors. That's it.
I have done that. Well, I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't say that. I have done leave the lights up all year. They don't change colors. You just don't turn them on. I have done that.
Yeah.
Where there's just Christmas lights in July, but you just don't turn them on.
Right.
Which, how late do you leave them on? Because if you got Christmas lights up, I think it's totally fine to leave them on through January.
Before we got these permanent ones, we would usually leave them up until like February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice because it's really cold out and it's really dark all the time. So a little bit of light on the street at 5:30 p.m. never hurt anybody.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Here's my prediction. I have an NFL prediction for 2025.
Oh, okay.
Over under. Mac Jones about to get $34 million a year.
Oh, so this is a prediction for 2026.
Sorry, 26, yeah.
Okay.
Mac Jones is going to get himself paid.
I think you're probably right.
He's had a good year with the Niners, and the Colts and the Vikings are teams that are built to win and need a quarterback. And the Colts, Daniel Jones, a free agent on Achilles surgery. All right.
He'll get a contract still, but he's not starting somewhere week 1.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other? There's like nothing else free agency
Minnesota
wise.
and Indianapolis.
I think Minnesota and Indy should be in a bidding war for Mac Jones. Because if I'm Minnesota, I need Mac Jones. I need him now. I've got a team that's built to win the Super Bowl, and I can't. My star receiver has like 17 yards in his last 2 weeks because I don't have a quarterback.
Right.
And Mac Jones, like Jefferson's looking at Sam Darnold yesterday, or last week, like, man, I miss you.
Yeah.
He needs somebody. So if I'm Minnesota, I would go nuts, and that could really, if I could get 2 competitors that are desperate for any semblance of quarterback play, and I think, are both of them from the McVay tree? Or from the Shanahan tree?
Stefanski and...
Well, O'Connell and Steichen.
Right, O'Connell and Steichen. O'Connell is Steichen?
I don't know.
I don't know
because he's
either.
currently in the Shanahan system. He's played in it this year now that he got a chance to play with the Niners. Steichen was with Philly and the Chargers before that, so he is not a...
With the Chargers, was he with Brandon Staley?
Yes.
Okay. Staley is on the McVay tree.
Okay, so if I go way back...
Is he not? Way back?
Let's see. Steichen before 2019. Yeah, like where did he... Browns, Shanahan.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Brandon Staley, by the way, is now the DC of the Saints, and that defense has gotten better. All right, 803-0550. I had something else I wanted to mention.
I've got the worst football take I've seen in 2025 for you.
Ooh. All right. The worst football take in 2025. Let me see. Who's it about? This is going to give it away?
I think you could get who it's about. Who have the worst takes been said about this season?
Mahomes.
Other than Mahomes. This guy might actually, no, this guy is above Mahomes for the worst takes and the stupidest conversations that don't even need any air, and that we're getting a ton of it. What's the most pointless football conversation / debate that's occurred in the last month?
Whether or not the Steelers are good, because they definitely are not.
Shadur Sanders.
Oh, okay.
Everything surrounding Shadur Sanders.
Sure.
Right? We've heard, he doesn't get first-team practice reps, and Stefanski is holding him hostage, and doesn't. We've heard everything, right? Shannon Sharp on his podcast yesterday, here's a new way of spinning it, I guess. He believes that the Cleveland Browns are purposely setting up Shadur Sanders to fail by letting him start the remaining games this season against tough opponents like the Bears, Bills, Steelers, and Bengals. That's easily the worst take I've heard all year.
Pretty bad.
Those aren't even good defenses. You're setting them up to fail. I thought what I was getting ready for when I heard this clip was, man, they play the Vikings, and they play the Texans coming up, and they play Jacksonville, like some of the best. No, the Bears, Bills, Steelers, and Bengals. Is there one good defense in there? But they're setting them up to fail by putting them up against those teams. Okay. He's making everybody go crazy for no reason whatsoever. It's the stupidest. It might be the stupidest football debate topic since Tebow.
Are we about to get into a solid 3 to 4 months of the NFL machine really kicking up the MVP conversation? Because I've seen Josh kind of put back into it. And if Allen has if Allen wins on Sunday and puts up numbers against Drake May, I feel like they're going to just roll with, the annual MVP horse race is going to come back into the conversation.
I think he's got to win the division to even have a shot.
Well, if he wins Sunday, that's alive.
So they have to win out. I think what's more likely, though, is if Allen beats May down a little bit, that Stafford will just rocket to the top. Because right now it feels like it's Stafford versus May mostly. And if Allen knocks May out of the race, then I think Stafford is probably the guy. I have a tough time getting to what Allen would have to do to win that award.
Well, this will be a great example of, sorry to do this because I hate this conversation. I'm about to have it.
The MVP horse race?
Just what does MVP actually mean? Stafford has everything around him is amazing. His weapons are amazing. His play caller is amazing. His defense is amazing. Everything's perfect.
Right.
He's having an incredible statistical year, and he definitely deserves the MVP if that's what MVP is. What does Allen have? A defense that's not great. It's had a ton of injuries. I shouldn't say a tough schedule. It's been a mixed bag schedule. It's pretty much universally understood he has no one to throw to.
Yep.
And he's still going to put up this kind of season and run for 1 million touchdowns and set the record for most rushing touchdowns by a quarterback. If that's MVP, then he should win MVP. Which is it? Last year it was who does most with the least. The year before, it was the stats. The year before, I don't know.
It often, I think, ends up like the default setting is what's the best story.
Sometimes that's it. If we go to the previous...
Because that's going to be Stafford.
If we go to the previous default, the best quarterback on the best team, that's Stafford.
Yes.
Like, who's the quarterback of the 1 seed?
I think
that's the Rams.
I think part of it is maybe there's like 4 categories. One of them is, are you doing the most with the least? The other is, who put up the best numbers? The other is, who's the best story?
Right.
And at the moment, Stafford might not have one of those boxes. He does not have, he's doing the most with the least.
I think...
But he probably has the best story.
Yeah.
He has, I'm on the best team, and he has the best numbers. So you get 3 of the 4, that's how you get MVP.
Right.
He leads the NFL in touchdowns right now. He's got 35 and 4.
Pretty good.
Allen's at 22 and 10. It's like, at some point, that difference is enough where I think it does matter. Last year, Allen didn't have the picks, which shouldn't matter as much as it does, but I think it probably did. So I think if Allen goes on a run here, then he might finish like second or third. We might be talking about him being in the running at the end, but I would still predict that Stafford's going to get it.
You want to know another one that's a good award to track is Offensive Player of the Year, because don't look now, but I think Jonathan Taylor's about to lose it to JSN.
Yeah.
Taylor hasn't gone over 100 in any of his last 3 games, and the Colts are about to just fall off the face of the earth. And JSN, he's not likely to get 2,000 yards. He needs 144 yards per game to get to 2,000 yards. But, man, like an 1,800-yard season from JSN, like, that's good enough for me. Offensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
Extendo Sports coming up. We'll get to that and send you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. A beautiful, snowy, chilly Tuesday here. It's supposed to get a little bit of snow, 1 to 4 inches, I read, 1 to 4 inches tonight, then a break, and then a little bit more after that, so some fresh snow falling in the next day or so. And, of course, Bills-Patriots on Sunday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Who is better at what they do? Of the two, of Bean and McDermott, who's the better of the two? 32 coaches, 32 GMs. Who's the better one? Like, Bean got Allen, which would put it on the wall.
Right.
After that, he's built a great offensive line. But the note you make, Bill, where guys leave and then come back, I don't know how often that's actually a positive. Guys do come back, and the fact that they go somewhere else and don't do well, I mean, that might speak to McDermott over Bean, how you get a lot of players here.
I think that would be a point in favor of the coach, right?
Yep.
I think McDermott.
Not that we have to put the two of them at odds. I'm just trying to kind of, answer your question.
I think McDermott would be higher in regard for me compared to his peers. Post the Allen pick, really, especially.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing you could give him credit for, too, is, like, because things aren't, roster-wise, are not perfect on this team at all. Like, far, far from it. And one thing that he has managed to do is he has not let happen to the Bills what is currently happening to the Chiefs and what is currently happening to the Ravens. That off year where things aren't really right, and maybe Baltimore it's a little bit more because Lamar's just not healthy, but Allen's played through injury in some of these years and not looked 100%, and they've managed through it. And they haven't had a year like that. They haven't had a year where, okay, there's a one weird year where they didn't make it.
Is that because of McDermott? Is it because of Allen?
But, like, these other teams have Mahomes and Jackson, and they're about to miss.
That's right.
So, the Bengals have missed with Burrow, although that was usually more because of injury. So, I want to give McDermott some credit for that. You're just getting consistency. And, like, the argument for keeping him would be how confident are you that you are definitely upgrading from him as a head coach? I think there are opportunities where that could be true, but it's not just fire him and let's hire whoever. So that would be the best argument for keeping him, is the candidate that would be a big enough idea to move on from McDermott and feel like, okay, I'm really getting something here. Like, that doesn't come around every year. Like, you would need a Matt LaFleur guy getting fired, and that's something I don't think the owner would do, but that's what I would need. I would need a guy like that becoming available to get to, okay, yeah, I should go do that.
Yeah. The Eagles have lost 3 in a row. The Bills will see them in Week 17, and
that game's going to be ugly.
It's
right.
I think it is going to be ugly.
They drag every team into these stupid, ugly football games.
It's yes.
Everybody. Have they played somebody this year that's been able to get them out of that? It's because their defense is too good, and their offense is so just. What is the word for their offense?
Run by a bad quarterback. He's not good.
Probably a bad offensive coach, too.
Okay, maybe
both.
The quarterback's just not that good. We've kind of known it. He's caught lightning in a bottle a couple times. He's made 2 Super Bowls. He has a win. He's played great in those Super Bowls. He's played great in the big stages like national championships, right? Like we've seen him or college. Like we've seen him do very, very good things in the biggest spots.
He did get benched in that national championship.
True,
yeah.
true. But he's just not that good.
Yeah,
Whenever you see he's ranked, Jalen Hurts ranked like, so-and-so has him as the 13th quarterback, and you'll see Eagles fans, a few of them get upset. I feel like half of them now are like, oh, yeah, that's definitely
I
right.
think the guy that, my brother covering the team, I know this is the one that he's always engaging in. The guy that Eagles fans lose their mind the most at when all those rankings come up is when he's...
Danny Kelly?
No, well, just a specific guy that he's ranked below, and
Yeah.
it's always the guy he played yesterday, Justin Herbert.
Oh, he's definitely not as good as Herbert.
And I don't know how you can watch that game yesterday. Not that Herbert was amazing, but it's so clear which quarterback of those two is a better quarterback.
Right.
It's Justin Herbert.
All right. Quick stat from, I saw this from Josh Reed, who had this. And Josh Reed wrote about Josh Allen in games against Mahomes, Lamar, Baker, and Burrow. He had 1,235 yards, 75% completion percentage, 17 touchdowns, and 2 picks. 17 total touchdowns, rushing and passing. 17 touchdowns and 2 picks against Mahomes, Lamar, Baker, and Burrow. And that is why it's always felt to me like the best thing the Bills could do, should do every day going forward is lean into him, right? Mm-hmm. If you just give him as much as you need, you'll be fine. So keep going, Josh. Superman himself.
Will he feel like that when he plays Jalen Hurts?
Good question.
He shouldn't.
I bet he does this week. Include Drake May this week. The first matchup, Drake May didn't rate high enough for Josh to pull out like super Josh.
Yeah.
Now he does. Here comes.
It's like he needed to see that Daquan Jones stiff arm.
Yeah. All right, fine. I see the Daquan. Now 2 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns, 250, and 38 yards rushing. An AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Going to just roll that out because of the Daquan Jones stiff arm. Josh doesn't need bulletin board material. He needs the other quarterback shows. He's the guy that watches a guy stick an 8-iron to 10 feet and is like, all right, fine, and then sticks it to 5 feet.
Yep.
That's Josh. He's the golfer that plays better with better golfers.
I still think the most impressive thing he's ever done was on a stream match with him and Rahm against Mickelson and Grant Horvat, whose channel it was. They went to a playoff because they were tied, and on 3 playoff holes, it was Allen and Rahm. So they were using the best shot. It was best ball. And I think on the 3 playoff holes, they used 10 of 12 of Josh's shots.
Over John Rahm.
Like, it was literally Mickelson and Allen going toe-to-toe for 3 holes while Rahm was imploding. He is not nearly as good a golfer, if this needs to be said, as those
John
two.
Rahm. Right.
As John Rahm, who's like one of the best in the world.
How crazy is that as an idea? Like, sometimes people would say play down to your competition. I don't think that's really what it is. But golf is great for this. There are some golfers that put them with better golfers, they're going to play better.
Yeah.
They're just gonna focus up. Put them with a bunch of weekend hackers, not gonna care as much, They'll go out there and play and still be good, but give him the best opponent and he'll play his best. So we'll see if we get that Sunday. All right, Sabres in Edmonton tonight. The Cowboys have an outside shot to make the playoffs still. They got a boost last night by Philadelphia losing.
Jerry Jones said they didn't need to fuel up the plane, the Eagles. He said he was very excited to see them lose last night.
Gotcha. The Cowboys, if they win out, Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants, I think that's possible.
Yep.
A little more than a coin toss to make it.
A little more than a coin toss?
Yep. 54%. So, if they win out, they have a 38% chance to win the division. In fact, let me give the Eagles some results here. The Eagles next play the Raiders. They're not going to lose that game. Right? They're not going to lose that game. Then the Eagles play the Commanders. They're not going to lose that game. Then they play the Bills, who they will lose to. And then in Week 18, they're going to be in the division. They're going to play the Commanders again. So, all right. They could lose to the Commanders.
Yeah.
We are right back in. The Eagles do this.
It depends. I don't know if Jaden Daniels is playing or not.
The Eagles, you know how the Bills have their 13-win season, 11-win season, 13-win season? The Eagles have the everything's falling apart, imploding, fire everyone, make the Super Bowl. Everyone's falling apart, fire everyone. That's where we are in the Eagles' peaks and valleys. All right, we're back tomorrow. We'll have Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast. Sal Capaccio as well. We'll get the latest from the Bills. Everybody progressing nicely. Joey Bosa has a chance to play. A lot of their injured players have a chance to play. We'll see where that goes with injury designations tomorrow. Joe Marino and we got a Patriots guest on too to see how they're feeling. I bet they're feeling a little bit of heat right now, right? When you are one win away from doing it, it's like, here comes your kill shot. Can you get it done?
Diggs is distracted launching a furniture line.
A furniture line?
A line of furniture. Stephon Diggs couches.
Who among us hasn't thought about launching a line of furniture?
It's very funny and strange.
All right. Furniture.
Yeah, not sneakers.
What's the joke?
They want their own shoe or...
All right. Stephon Diggs, furniture. It's good for about 3-4 years, then it's got to get out. Is that the only line we could have about it?
No, there's got to be something about... Someone's got to come up with a joke about like yelling at. I don't have it. It's not my department.
Okay. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. We're back tomorrow here on WGR.